for some of the taxis that are still ferrying people. Now we think the number in the hall, it's allow us to start the meeting.
Bekade-ke sisalinde abanye abasazofika bahlanganyele kanye nathi kodwa sibona ukuthi isibalo sabantu asebekhona ehholo siyasivumela ukuthi singaqala ngomhlangano.
I can see that there is another taxi that has just come in. They'll join us on our way.
Ngiyabona kunetekisi ke eliqeda ukufika manje kodwa ke sebosithola ngendlela.
That song that was played when we come in, can it be sung as we stand up, all of us, to sing the national anthem? Yeah, the first one.
Uhlala nami
very much. Today is Sunday. We must invite the Holy Spirit to be with us. I'm now going to request you to lead us with the singing of the national anthem.
Kuyasiza ukuthi samukele umoya noma sicela umoya engcwele ukuthi ube kanye nathi ngaphambi ukuthi siqale sesocela ukuthi sicule iculo lesizwe.
Thank you very much. I can see the men here in KZN, they sing the national anthem with their head on. I thought it's automatic that they will remove their head.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngiyabona ukuthi la Kwa-Zulu Natal abantu besilisa bacula iculo lesizwe begqoke isigqoko. Bengicabanga ukuthi mhlambe ke into ejwayelekile ukuthi isigqoko siyakhunyulwa mekuculwa iculo lesizwe.
So I forgive you, it should never happen. When we sing the national anthem, men does not wear the hat.
Ngizonixolela kodwa ke empeleni uma ngabe sicula iculo lesizwe abantu besilisa abazigqoki isigqoko.
My name is Machwene Rosina Semenya. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement.
Igama lami ke ngu Machwene Rosina Semenya, ngusihlalo ke wekomiti lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu lase parliament.
Do we have any councillor or a delegated person from municipality of eThekwini here?
Ingabe khona mhlambe oyikhansela okhona lapha phakathi kwethu noma ke othunyiwe omele umkhandlu noma umasipala waseThekwini?
No, we don't see anybody. We will proceed. Probably they will join us as we proceed.
Angiboni umuntu kodwa ke sizoqhubeka mhlawumbe ke bazofika saphakathi nohlelo lwethu.
Any person from the traditional leadership?
Ingabe khona mhlawumbe ke omele ubuholi bendabuko okhona namuhla?
None. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all on behalf of the municipality of eThekwini, because this was supposed to be their responsibility.
Ngithathe lethuba ke nginamukele nonke ngikhulumela ke umkhandlu waseThekwini ngoba bekufanele kube yibo abasamukelayo lapha namuhla.
Because we are from Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in Cape Town.
Ngoba ke thina siphuma eParliament laseNingizimu Afrika elise noma elise Kapa.
So we're supposed to be welcomed by the local municipality here.
Ngakho ke bekufanele ke samukelwe semkhandlwini wakule ndawo.
We are a team from Parliament constituted by the technical team and the members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement.
Siyithimba ke eliphuma eParliamente lapho kukhona nethimba elinye longoti nekomiti abathunywe eParliament.
I'll take this opportunity to introduce to you the technical team from Parliament. I'll ask them to stand up and take a bow.
Wethula ke kini ithimba ke longoti laseParliament ngicela basukume basibingelele.
And amongst them, we have the translation team. I don't know why they don't think that they are not technical team. Can you rise and so that people can see you?
Thimba ke lo tolika nalo angazi indaba lingazibizi ngongoti kodwa ngicela basukume nabo.
Because they are part of us. I don't know why they want to be introduced separately.
Ngoba naba ingcenye yethu angazi ukuthi indaba bengafuni ukuthi bethulwe kanjalo.
We have translation, Afrikaans, isiZulu, all the languages that are spoken in South Africa, including the sign language.
Notolika ke abatolika ngesibhunu, isiZulu kanye nezinye izilimi ezikhulunywa eNingizimu Afrika.
Therefore, if there is anybody who feels as we proceed, he doesn't understand the language that we are going to use, which is dominantly in KZN isiZulu, she or he can indicate so that we can deploy the translators to that person.
Uma kukhona ke ukhuluma olunye ulimi oluhlukile kulimini lwesiZulu ngoba yilona olukhulunywa kakhulu lapha KwaZulu Natal, socela ukuthi asiveze ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sithumele uzokwazi ukuthi amlekelele ngokutolikela.
Do you have anybody who does not understand Zulu here in KZN?
Ingabe khona ke ungasikhuluma isiZulu okhona la?
Okay, you can go and sit with them. Do you know, you want Afrikaans? Oh, no, we are going to use English and Sizulu. Okay.
Earlier on, when you asked for the introductions, I apologize for that. But as a traditional, from the traditional aspect, I'm a paramount chief in the Kai Korana Aboriginal House based here in KZN. I just want to apologize for that, okay?
Oh.
That I didn't hear you at the beginning.
Okay.
Okay, thank you
All right.
so much.
So we'll give you the opportunity to welcome all of us. Yes.
In what I've learned of my Aboriginal language, I chess, I kwas.
It's done. Oh, okay. But what does that mean? Yes. Oh, okay. We've learned today. Thank you very much. Paramount Chief. Amongst the team that are from Parliament, as I've indicated, the technical team, but we have members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement. In my far right, we have Honorable Dr. Khumalo.
Kanti ke abayithimba laseParliament abanye kuleli committee sino Dr. Khumalo.
Dr. Khumalo come from Gauteng, but has got some little jonjolo here.
Dr. Khumalo ke wase Gauteng kodwa ukhona isakhiwa naso khona la endaweni.
Um, we have Honorable Tafeni from Eastern Cape,
Kukhona ke nomhlonishwa uThafeni wase
Kwatunjwa.
Mpumalanga Kapa, eDutshwa.
We have Honorable Mohatle Tseki from Gauteng and Free State.
Nomhlonishwa ke Mohatle Tseki naye wase Gauteng.
We have Honorable Masuta from Gauteng and Limpopo.
Nomhlonishwa uMasutha wase Gauteng nase Limpopo.
Dimacheloni, Shawan.
Women cannot say nda, but
Abesifazane abasho ukuthi nda.
women, they are saying and you must do it correctly. Yes, and banana they can say nda, you see? I'm from Limpopo, as the chair of the portfolio committee.
Nami ke ngiwase Limpopo njengosihlalo ke kwaleli committee.
Before we start with what we are here for, I'm going to ask that we give the protocols because we are meeting under the conditions of COVID-19.
Ngizocela ukuthi ngaphambi ukuthi siqale silungise udaba ke lomthetho esebenza njengoba sisebenza ngaphansi kwesimo esine COVID-19.
All of us were expected to wear our mask unless we are given opportunity to speak, therefore we will remove the mask.
Sonke ke sizocela ukuthi sihlale sifake izifonyo noma ama mask ethu ngaphandle ke monikezwe ithuba lokuthi ukhulume bese ke uyayisusa ke noma uyikhumule imask yakho.
So I can see that all of us who are wearing our mask, please don't remove it unless you are at the podium to speak.
Ngiyabona ukuthi sonke ke siwagqokile ama mask noma izifonyo zethu ngakho ngizocela ukuthi singazikhumuli ngaphandle ke uma ngabe sonikezwe ithuba lokuthi uzokhuluma lapha phambili.
We are here as the portfolio committee to solicit your views on the bill that was publicized by Parliament called Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
Silapha ke njengekomiti uzothola ke imbono yenu mayelana nemthetho sivivinywa owaziwa ngumthetho sivivinywa wezokuvikelwa kwabathengi bezindlu.
Before portfolio committees visit areas, we send the team to come and educate people about the bill that needed to be discussed. So I would want to check in this hall, how many of you have attended the workshop that was conducted by the team from Parliament?
Ngaphambi kokuthi sifike emphakathini ehlukahlukene sizoxoxa ngeindaba esoyiphathelene nomthetho sivivinywa siyasithumela ithimba labaqeqeshi abaye bafike baqeqeshe ke umphakathi ngomthetho sivivinywa lo sisuke sizofika siwudingide. Ngakho bengicela ukubona ukuthi ngabe bangaki abake bathola lolu qeqesho abakhona namuhla lapha mayelana nomthetho sivivinywa.
Okay, the number is impressive. We are now going to ask Honorable Tseki to summarize the bill, just to remind ourselves on the bill itself. I know that you had a detailed workshop before you can make your inputs. Honorable Tseki.
Isibalo ke sabahambele lokuqeqeshwa siyancomeka kakhulu kodwa ke ngizocela umhlonishwa uTseki ukuthi athi ukufunda nje noma asifinqele umthetho sivivinywa noma ukuphakanyiswa yiwo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sizikhumbuzise bese ke sikwazi ukuthi siqhubeke nezingxoxo zethu.
Sanbonani. Okay, thank you, Chair. Chairperson, we soldier vela deploy at any time.
The chair is a soldier. She sometimes just deploys us as she sees fit.
Namhlanje njengoba sesivile ukuthi sizocela imizwa yenu or imibono yenu ngalomthetho sivivinyo.
As you have heard that we are here to solicit your views on the bill.
Lomthetho ususa umthetho bukade ukhona waka 1999 kuzoba nale bill entsha.
This bill is repealing the bill that was in existence from 1999 and will be replaced by the new acts that will come into effect after we've finished with this bill.
Ngizawushintshela kwintshonalanga manje.
I'll switch to English or the Western language now.
I-bill ihamba kanje. To this end, the bill seeks to ensure adequate protection for housing consumers and effective regulation of the whole building industry by inter alia strengthening the regulation mechanism, strengthening the protection of housing consumers, introducing effective enforcement mechanism, and prescribing appropriate penalties or sanctions to deter non-compliance by the home builders.
Shuthi ke lo mthetho osivivinywa ubhekelele ukuthi uqinisekisa ukuvikelwa kwalabo abasuke bethenga izindlu, ukuhlelwa noma ukulawulwa kwemboni yezokwakha, ukuhlanganisa ukuqiniswa kweindlela zokulawula, ukuqinisa ukuvikelwa kwabathengi bezindlu, ukwethula kweindlela ezintsha zokubhekelela ukugcinwa komthetho kanye ke nokuqhamuka nezinhlawulo noma izijezo ezonikezwa labo abangawugcini umthetho.
Ngiyathemba ukuthi siuphethe lento engiyifundayo so that iba easy mhlambe mani nayo.
I hope that we all have what I'm reading from so that it will make the process much easier.
The last time I checked kule yellow page, not yellow, konjinjani le page, green, ubulapha ekugcineni, summary lapha ekugcineni. If ngikhumbula kahle nizonginceda sabelo lapha.
There
I
is
think it's page 14.
there is a summary available towards the end of the green document which summarizes the bill, and that is what we are going to be using as a summary.
Page ban lapha. Page 38.
It's in page 38.
So number 1.4, in addition, the bill seeks to address the economic transformation for the industry through the introduction of provision relating to the warranty fund surplus which may be utilized towards developmental programs for the home building industry.
Ngikunombolo 1.4 wona ke othi okwengeziwe kumthetho osivivinywa uhlose ukuthi ke ubhekelele noma uguqule noma ubhekane nezimo zokuguqulwa kwemboni ngokuthi kwethulwe ke izinto ezihlinzekela ukuthi kube khona lesikhwama abathi warranty fund surplus esingasetshenziselwa ukuthi kwenziwe inhlelo zokuthuthukiswa labo abasembonini yezokwakha.
The bill seeks to create an enabling environment to new entrants into the home building industry through the introduction of contractual provision to ensure their sustainability in the market.
Kanti futhi ke umthetho osivivinywa ke uhlose ukuthi wakhe indawo ezokwazi ukuthi ivumele laba abasangena emkhakheni wezokwakha ngokuthi wethule ke izinhlelo ezobe sezinkontrakini ezisayiniwe ezoqinisekisa ukuthi bayakwazi baqhubeke basebenze kulemboni.
The bill further seeks to align and create synergy with all other relevant pieces of legislation such as Public Management Finance Act.
Kanti futhi umthetho osivivinywa ke uhlelo lokuthi uhlele ukusebenza ngokubambisana noma ukusebenza ngokulekelelana phakathi kwemthetho efana nomthetho wezokuphathwa kwezimali zomphakathi Public Finance Management Act kanye nomthetho wokukhuthaza ezokuphatha ezinobulungiswa i-Promotion of Administrative Justice Act yango 2000.
Chapter 1 chapter 1 of the bill deals with definitions.
Isohloko sokuqala ke somthetho osivivinywa sikhuluma ke ngezincazelo.
Chapter or the bill makes provision for inter alia the definition of build to expand the protection afforded housing consumer by including repairs, renovation, alteration, additions to an existing home under the council regulatory regime.
Kanti ke umthetho osivivinywa ke uhlinzekele phakathi kokunye incazelo elegama elithi ukwakha ukuze lisabalale noma linabe ligcine selithinta neindawo ezifana nokulungiswa kwendlu lokuthiwa ama repairs noma ukuthinta indawo lapha ezisuke ziphazamisekile noma ukuzenza zibe zinhle renovations ukuguqula isimo sendlu noma ke uyixhuma indlu esuke seyivele ikhona ngaphansi kwemithetho ke womkhandlu.
U-2.3 ngicabanga ukuthi ubaluleke kakhulu so ngizofunda uthi the scope of application of the legislation is extended to include not only builders who undertake home building as a business but also owner builders. Owner builders are included in definition of home builder and are required to register with the council.
Ukusebenza ke noma ukusebenza kwalomthetho kululeke noma kuhlanganise futhi kuthinta abakhi kodwa agcini nje kubakhi kuphela kusho nabantu abasuke babanikazi bezindlu abasuke bezakhela kanti ke futhi igama labanikazi bezindlu lichazwe njengomuntu osuke akha indlu futhi odingeka ukuthi naye abhalise nomkhandlu.
Chapter 2 of the bill seeks to provide the continuation of the council established in terms of section 2 of the act.
Kanti ke isahluko sesibili sona ke sihlinzekela ukuqhubeka komsebenzi womkhandlu njengoba nje usuke usungulwe ngaphansi kwesigaba 2 somthetho.
Chapter 3 of the bill seeks to provide the registration of home builders and developers, the establishment of the register of home builders, the requirements for registration, suspension of registration, grading of home builders and liability on unregistered home builder or developer.
Isahluko sesithathu ke somthetho osivivinywa sona sihlinzekela ukubhaliswa kwabakhi bezindlu nabathuthukisi bomhlaba lapha kwakhiwa khona futhi ke nokusungulwa kweohlu noma iregister yabakhi bezindlu okudingekayo ukuze ubhalise ukumiswa kokubhaliswa ukukheliswa kwabakhi bezindlu noma ke ukuhlawuliswa kwabo noma ukutholakala kwabo benecala uma ngabe besuke bengabakhi bezindlu abangabhalisiwe noma abathuthukisa umhlaba lapho kwakhiwa khona.
Chapter 4 of the bill seeks to provide the establishment of a register of enrollments, the enrollment of home prior to their commencement of its construction by a home builder, consequence for failure to enroll home duties in respect of the subsidy housing project, and the consequence of failure by a member of the executive council, member of the mayoral committee, responsible for the human settlement or social housing institution or subsidy delivery agent to comply with the provision of the act.
Isahluko ke sesine somthetho osivivinywa sona sihlinzekele ukusungulwa kohlu noma iregister yokubhalisa noma ukubhaliswa kwezindlu lapho ke kusuke kuzobhaliswa khona izindlu nokubhaliswa kwezindlu ngaphambi kokuthi siqale ukwakhiwa umakhi imiphumela ke yokuhlulela ukuthi kubhaliswe lendlu nemisebenzi ke emele noma ebhekelelekile uma ngabe kusuke kwenziwa umsebenzi wokwakha oxhasiwe imiphumela ke noma ukuhluleka kwalowo osuke yilungu lomkhandlu noma ke oyilungu lekomiti lika mayor obhekelele ezokuhlaliswa kwabantu noma ke noma isikhungo sezokuhlaliswa kwabantu noma ke lo osuke eqashiwe ukuthi akhe izindlu zomxhaso uma bengawugcinanga ke umthetho obekwe ngaphansi komthetho lesikhuluma ngawo.
Chapter 5 of the bill seeks to provide the funds of the council and home warranty fund.
Kanti ke isahluko sesihlanu sona ke sibheke ukuhlinzeka ke umkhandlu ngezimali ngaphansi ke kwaloko abathi home warranty fund noma isiqinisekiso sesizindlu.
Chapter 6 of the bill seeks to provide the procurement of services to build a home.
Kanti ke isahluko sesithupha sona ke sihlose ngokuthi sihlinzekele ukuthi kube khona izindlela ezenziwayo ukuze kwazi kwakhiwe indlu.
Chapter 7 of the bill seeks to provide for the enforcement of the provision of the bill once enacted.
Kanti ke isahluko sesikhombisa sona sihlinzekele ukuthi ke kuqinisekiswe ukuthi umthetho uyalandelwa uma ngabe sewushicilelwe wabasemthethweni umthetho osebenzayo.
It also seeks to provide for the appointment and duties of inspectors, the establishment and powers of the compliance and enforcement Committee, matters relating to administrative and substantive non-compliance and penalties relating to that, relating that to.
Kanti
Let me just finish this one.
Okay.
The chapter further seeks to provide for an alternate dispute resolution, criminal offenses and sanctions.
kanti ke isahluko sesikhombisa sona ke somthethosivivinywa sona ke sihlinzekele ke ukuqokwa kwalabo ekuzobizwa ngokuthi ama inspectors noma abahloli ukusungulwa namandla aloko kubizwa nge-compliance and enforcement committee okuyikomiti elibhekelele ukugcinwa komthetho nezindaba ke ezimayelana ke nokuphatha ezokuphatha nokugcinwa noma nokulandelwa kwemithetho ebekiwe izinhlawulo ezihambisana nalokho ukungagcinwa kwemithetho kanti futhi ke lesahluko siphinde futhi sihlinzekele ke ezinye indlela zokwazi ukuxazululwe inkinga noma ukungaboni ngasolinye okungaba khona noma ukuphula komthetho kanye nenhlawulo ekuyona ehlawulwayo.
Chapter 8 of the bill seeks to provide for various matters including home building manual and making of the rules by the council and of the regulations by the minister.
Isahluko sesishiyagalombili ke somthethosivivinywa sona sihlinzekele ke izindaba ezinhlobonhlobo okuhlanganisa ke lokho ababiza nge-home building manual okuyibhukwana lezokwakhiwa kwezindlu ukushawa ke kwemithetho yokusebenza umkhandlu kanye ke neminye imithetho engabekwa ke ungqongqoshe nezimali ke zitholakale njalo njalo.
The chapter also deals with transitional matters.
Kanti ke futhi lesahluko sibheka ke izinto ezingaqhamuka njengoba kusuke kuqhutshekwa kusetshenzwa.
It also deals with economic employment and infrastructure development.
Futhi kuphinde ke lo mthethosivivinywa ubhekane nezindaba zezomnotho ezokuqashwa kanye nokuthuthukiswa kwengqalasizinda.
The bill seeks to provide for warranty fund surplus to be utilized towards transformative human settlement development programs which facilitates growth, skills development and economic transformation on the home building industry.
Umthethosivivinywa ke uhlinzekele ukuthi kube khona lokho abathi warranty fund surplus noma imali esuke isalile lapha kulesa sikhwama sizokuqinisekiswa ukuze le imali isetshenziswe ukuze kwazi ukuthi kwenziwe noma izinhlelo zokuthuthukisa laba abasuke ngaphansi kohlelo lwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu lokhu ke okuzoletha ke ukuthuthuka kwezamakhono ukukhula kanye nentuthuko noma uguquko kwezomnotho embonini yezokwakha.
The bill seeks to provide emerging home builders greater access and protection through equitable registration requirements, a grading system, regulation of certain contractual matters, and continuous development and training.
Kanti ke umthethosivivinywa futhi ke uhlinzekele ukuthi labo abangabakhi abasangena embonini bakwazi ukuthi bafinyelele emsebenzini abayidingayo nokubavikela futhi ngokuthi babe nezidingo zokubhalisa ezilinganisiwe uhlelo lokuqeliswa nokulawulwa ngendlela efanele kwezindaba eziphathelene nezinkontraki nokuqhubeka ke nokubathuthukisa ngokubaqeqesha.
The bill further talks about the impact of socio-economic transformation.
Kanti ke futhi ke umthethosivivinywa ubuye ukhulume ke ngomthelela ke wezontuthuko ngokwezenhlalo omnotho.
Re a leboha haholo.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much, Tatetseki.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke Baba Nseki.
I hope that the summary has empowered us to make or to revive the mind on the education that we have received past days.
Ngithemba ukuthi ke lesi sifinqo sizosisiza ukuthi sizikhumbuze ngaloko esasiqeqeshwe ngako einsukwini ezidlulile.
There is a lost and found here, key. The owner must go to that table to go and fetch it, the person who has lost the key.
Kunokhiye kusutholakele la ulahlekile umnikazi wawo socela ukuthi aye kulela tafula ayolanda uma ngabe ekhona.
I'm now going to invite you to make your input on the bill. As you give your input, you must mention your name, where you come from, and whether you support or you reject the bill.
Sengizovula ke ithuba lokuthi kube khona ke ukuphawula okuzokwenzeka kodwa ngaphambi kokuthi uphawule bengizocela ukuthi uzisho ukuthi ungubani nanokuthi uphumaphi bese kuzoba ke ukuthi uyaweseka inomthetho sivivinyo noma cha.
Can I see those who wants to speak?
Bengicela ukubona ke laba
Can
abafisa
raise
ukuthi
your
baphawule
hands.
baphakamise izandla.
Number 1, I need 10.
Sidinga abayishumi.
Number 1, go and sit there. Number 2, Mama. Number 3, Sisi. Number 4, Mama with the white, yes. Number 5, Mama. Yes, Pet Kumakoskas. Number 6, Mama. You know, I'm very happy. Number 7, Mama. Spare to lap. Number 9, Mama again. The last hand. The last hand. You know, I know that sometimes in the meeting we want people to start. And then when, after they speak, then we get provoked and then we want to raise hands. And now it becoming very difficult for me to time the speakers. If there is a, if you don't raise a hand, I assume that you are not going to speak, and I will allow those that are going to speak, I will not time them. And at the time you want to raise your hands, uskhathi uzabo uphelile, and you will then blame us that I wanted to speak, I was not given the opportunity.
Uma ke ningaziphakamisa izandla ukuze nginikhombe nibe yishumi kunikeza inkinga ngoba ngicina nginikeza laba abaphakamisa izandla isikhathi esingaphezulu kwalesi engivamisa ukusinikeza abantu abakhulumayo okuzothi egcineni mengabe sengithi hayi sesiphelile isikhathi bese nithi anizange nilinikezwe ithuba lokukhuluma bese ngithi nami cha isikhathi sesiphelile ngoba anizange niziphakamisa izandla.
Utata is the 10th one. We'll take the first round. 10. Mama, I've pointed to you. You're supposed to have seated somewhere here. The mama with the yellow dress. You are number 2. Yeah. What happened now? No, it's fine. You are number 2. After the gentleman, you'll come, and so I'll take the first round. We'll take the second round.
Sizoqala ke ngalaba abokuqala bese ke siphinde futhi sithatha abanye abayishumi abazolandela.
Baba, that's your time now.
Sanibona. Ngithi asibonge ngethuba lokuthi nisimeme ni iParliament laseMzansi. Kodwa engifisa ukwazi kahle ngiyabona kona indaba zama chapter nama bill thina That's appointed human settlement as contractors, as home builders. And then on the invite, it was like a Siaka incubation program, but partly there's a bill amendment. So we just want to understand, because we've been attending meetings, I think this is the third one now, and every time it's not like clear Guti, what is happening with the program. But we always been like, the last time that we attended, they were telling us about some training that we need to do with some service provider. And then they said, no, they're gonna communicate more what's gonna be happening. But I just want to be clear on this. We are small contractors. I'm a home builder. I'm registered with NHPRC. And this traveling, it's costing. And we're not saying we don't attend this type of meetings, but we want a clear way, where are we going? Ne? With the amendment of bill, I've been part of amending bills through DSA, so I always comment. Even the previous one about the cutting of this, this thing, the one for COVID, I also commented on that one, because no, guys, we are in the part now that we can't be on stages. Let's end all this, and then hopefully it did end. So for now, I can see that you guys are amending the bills with fundings, with all the other things, but for us, we wanna know what's happening. Like, we wanna know, because every time we have to travel, and then the only thing we get, it's water, it's food. We got food at home, we got water at home. But we wanna understand about our business, the way forward. Because this program is gonna end in 3 years. This is the second year, if I'm not mistaken. But there's no way forward. We don't understand what's happening. It's so sad that I don't see anyone from Human Settlement, the one that have been on meetings in eThekwini. Because for people like thina nje, abanye bawelwa izindlu, abanye abanamgaqo, but we make sure that today we come here. And we want to know, every meeting that you guys call, we make sure that we come. Because we are hungry as a nation. And we want something to feed our family, to feed our kids. So with the bill, I'm not going to be too long, because I'm not very educated on the Bill of Rights and all other things. But on construction, I am. Thank you very much. My name is Sanele Kuzwa, by the way.
Siyabonga baba. Let me clarify so that we are able to proceed. I've indicated when I started that this is a public hearing to come and solicit your view on the bill called Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
Ngithi angicacise ukuthi sizela ukuzocela izimvo zenu mayelana nebill ekuthiwa a Housing Consumer Protection Bill noma evikela abanikazi bezindlu.
And we are members of Parliament, public representative.
Thina singamalunga eParliament akhethiwe ukuthi amele nina eParliament.
The Constitution requires us that as we pass legislation, we should come to you and get your views around the bill.
Umthetho sisekelo ke uyasiphoqa ukuthi ngaphambi ukuthi sishaya umthetho eParliament size kini kuqala ukuzozwa imbono yenu ukuthi ithini.
That's why we have sent the team of Parliament, not of the Department of Human Settlement, the team from Parliament to be the advanced team and educate people about the bill that is going to be discussed today.
Yingakho sithimele ithimba elivela eParliament hayi kumnyango wa human settlements ukuhlalisana kwabantu noma ukuhlaliseka kwabantu ukuthi bazonqeqesha abantu ukuthi bazilungisele nokuthi balungisele izimvo zabo ukuthi bathini bona ngalomthetho sivivinywa na.
Therefore, the bill, after it has been discussed by Parliament, is going to govern the people yourselves.
Ngakho umthetho sivivinyo emveni ukuthi usucubungulisiwe wakhulunywa wathamundwa yiParliament uzoshaywa lo mthetho uphasiswe bese ubusa abantu okuphatha nanu uqobo.
So that's why the Constitution requires that we must come to you and say, this is the bill that has been tabled by the Department of Human Settlement or by members of Parliament. What is your view around the bill?
Yingakho ke umthetho sisekelo usigunyaza noma usikhuthaza ukuthi sifike size kini sithi nawu umthetho osivivinywa obekiwe etafuleni. Noma ulethwe amalungu eParliament noma ulethwe umnyango wezokuhlalisana kwabantu siyawudingida. Ithinike imbono yenu noma enifuna ukukuthasisela noma enifuna ukukususa kulolu daba lokhulunywa njengamanje.
So that when the bill is passed, it's your bill, not members' bill.
Ukuze umthetho umusushaywa akungabe umthetho akube umthetho ongowenu noma ongowethu kungabe umthetho wethu wabathina abasebenza eParliament.
And as Honorable Zeki presented, he indicated that the intention of this bill is to repeal the act that was implemented from 1999 to date.
Njengoba eshilo umhlonishwa uNtseki ukuthi inhloso ngqangi yalo mthetho sivivinywa ukuthi ugudluze noma ususe lo mthetho owashaywa ngo1999 kuze kube manje.
And he further indicated chapter by chapter what is entailed in those chapters as a way of repealing some of the chapters that were there in the previous act.
Wacacisa ba izahluko nezahluko efuna ukulungisa okubonakale kushoda noma kungalungile kumthetho adukhona kuqala.
So that's what we are here for, to solicit your views.
Yilokho ke esila esikzelelana kini namhlanje ukuzwa izimvo zenu.
But because we are Committee of Human Settlement,
Ngoba ke siyikomiti nathi elibhekelela ukuhlalisana kwabantu.
we are ready to listen to any other issues that affect abahlali because we are the Human Settlement Committee.
Sikulindele noma sikulungele ukulalela noma iziphi ezinye izinto ezithinta ukuhlaliseka kwabantu emphakathini ngoba nathi siyikomiti elibhekelele lokho.
So our role is to make legislation and to play oversight on the executive as they implement these legislations.
Umsebenzi wethu ukushaya umthetho siphinde sibheke ukuthi umthetho usushayiwe uyenzeka yini ebantwini.
So that is the reason why we are here.
Yileso ke sizathu nqangi size lapha namhlanje.
If there is any issue that is affecting abahlali on human settlement, we are ready to listen.
Uma kunolunye udaba that is affecting our people that relates to human settlement sikulungele ukuthi sikulalele.
But we are not here for those who are here for the bill. I think the program should be clear.
Asicacise ukuthi azizile ukuzokhuluma ngeinkinga ezithinta ukuhlala noma ukuhlaliseka kwabantu sizela ukuzokhuluma ngomthetho sivivinywa lo enophethe ezandleni.
But we will give answers if we have when you ask question, we'll give answers if we have those answers.
Uma khona imibuzo ke evukayo soyiphendula le impendulo ngokuthi zikhona.
But if we don't have answers, we are not going to lie to you. We'll tell you that we don't have answers. We are going back with your issues.
Uma singenayo impendulo yombuzo wakho ngeke siqamba amanga sithi sinazo siyokutshela ukuthi hayi sazobuyela emuva siyilungisa indaba yakho sibuyele kuwe.
Siyavumelana ngithi.
Do we all agree?
Yes, number 2.
So right. Sanibona. Igama lami nguphilile ngwaXaba, ngokuhlala ngisentuzu maka F. Mina lo mthetho ngubona ngazathi right, inkinga yethu besingayazi lutho ngemthetho. Ngiye ngezwe nje bebekhona abafethu befikile lapha eNtuzuma. Mabe sikhanyisela ngabona ukuthi ukubulwazi sasilitholile wasekuqaleni. Ngabe kungcono kukhona ukuthi nifike nakhelwe izindlu sijabule ukuthi nazi izindlu zakhiwe ukuthi makuvela umonakalo after umnyaka mhlawumbe u4 noma bani asazi ukuthi mawubonile leyo nkinga leyo ubuzokwenza njani asikwazi ukuhamba siyobuza ukuthi uregistile yini wena noma unjani kodwa sitholile ukuthi sekufanele sibuze kuqala ukuthi umuntu uregistile yini. Njengami nje ngine crack nje angazi ngeke ngisayenza lutho ngoba mhlawumbe seku8 years yimbi njoba kade kunikhukhula kanjena ngibona icishe nathi aswele indlu kodwa manje sengiyazi sengobuza bese ngithi kodwa wona lo mthetho sivivinyo umuhle nje ngathi muhle kimi engilaye lokushine engibonayo mase sibuyela ngale emakhaya komtshezi mina ngisuka khona ke siphansi kwenkosi. Angazi noma mhlambe nabo niba includeile kulezi inhlelo nihambe nibaqwashisa ngoba phela sivese sithi sicela indawo sikwele nje umhlaba ongakanani ngiyifunela umakhe angimbuzi nokuthi nami ungabe uregistile yini construction yakho nawe wa register la kufanele uregister khona also contract. Angazi noma la sizoshaya umthetho uthi bese uyahamba bese kube ngathi sibabala bonke nabasemakhaya yini. Ngakujabulela ukuthi nasemakhaya ke beyahanjelwe emakhosini ngiyabonga.
Good morning. My name is Pilile Klaba. I'm from Tuzuma F. I do appreciate the bill. I don't know much about acts or laws. However, when we were being briefed in our area about the bill, I picked up a few things. For example, issues pertaining to shoddy work by builders. For example, now I know that we can be able to hold people to account and also we can ask them if they are registered. As an example, I have a crack in my home. It's been 8 years existing, but now that I know that there is this bill and there are provisions that are in the bill, I know going forward that I can be able to then ask for certain things from whoever is going to be doing the construction of the building. And then also, I just wanted to ask, because I come from Escort, which is Mchezi, and we are under a tribal authority, so I just wanted to know if this has also spread, or this bill has also been discussed, or if those people that side have been made aware of this bill, because if you want to build, you speak to your tribal leader, they allocate you a plot, and then you start building. Do the builders there also know about this bill so that we can also hold them accountable if they do shoddy work in those areas? Thank you.
Ngibingelela upholo bungaphambili. Igama lami ngoLindiwe ngwakaNcayana, ngiqhamuka eWard 46. Siyabonga kakhulu namhlanje sithola ithuba lokuthi senze ama-inputs kwiPhalamende lethu, kwizithunywa zethu zasePhalamende. Mhlambe kulo mthetho osivivinyo ebesingakufaka nje besifisa ukuthi sesiphethe uhulumeni omnyama izindlu zethu lezi singene kwi-life warrant Zingaqalelwa ngithema ngibala from 99 till to date, got to 23 years. I don't know whether my calculation was right. Isize yemizi esakhelwa zona ekuhlaleni kwethu, you convert to 2-room to 2-room because kuba khona i-open dining room ne kitchen, the very small size. Esifisa ukuthi masenihleli laphana emakomitini nisicelele uhulumeni wethu ukuthi sicela izindlu zethu zithi ubankulu bawusize omkhulu, kungasuswa u-2-room uyiswe ku-2-room. And also the quality yokwakhiwa kwezindlu zethu. Sithola ukuthi namhlanje izindlu noma ngekho zikhukhula, mekwanethi imvula nje ingena through ama-blocks, amanzi angene ngaphakathi. Sicabanga ukuthi uhulumeni wethu kulama 3 spheres of government unothile kakhulu ukuthi ungayithatha ube yi-priority indaba yasekuhlaleni. Ngeke ngisabuyele emuva endabeni yezikhukhula. Bese siza la ekubantwana bethu. Most of us noma ngangingekho kusuka eMkhumbane kuziwa la kwaMashu, njengoba ngishithi ngiqhamuka kwaMashu. Kune congestion nje khona because labo 4-room bancane ziyazalwa ingane, thola ukuthi sekwakhiwa imijondolo ngemuva. Siyacela ukuthi abantwana bethu maqhamuka amathuba eindawo njengakoKhonobha nezinye ezithengwa uhulumeni wethu, lezi ngane iphume phela emakhaya, sesikhathela hambe sixazulula abantu sebelwa bebanga lezi indawo zokuhlala ngenxa ye-congestion esike khona ngaphakathi. Siyafisa ukuthi ke njengoba abantu basemakhaya basuka beze emadolobheni, ke nikubeke lapho ukuthi cha akwenziwe lento ekuthiwa i-reverse migration, baphindele emakhaya because umuntu wasemakhaya ufika ke umjondolo eduze kwe-stream. Njengoba tenginekhukhula khukhuleka athola indlu, athi seyitholile leyo ndlu aqale phansi aqashise ngayo. Sibe sikade abantu bafika nabazali bethu emalokishini, sikhathele Nkosi yami ukuxazulula. Siyacela kakhulu. Siyawuzwa lo mthetho omuhle kakhulu ukhuluma ngo-NHBRC. Muhle kakhulu siushayela izandla. Noma kade singalinikiwe ilungelo lokuthi sibabuze mabesakhela. Nawo bonke abafowethu abafika niyazike abaqhamuka la emazweni aseduze, asibuzi mangabe sesi-extend, sibone noba sesiwelwa uphahla nje, sesizobuza ke manje. But ngila ekuthenini uma ngabe sebe trainiwe ke labantu, ikhona ni placement esikuyenzeka from 1999 kuze kube manje, because isikhuluma nge-transformation, angithi nge-radical economic transformation, of which nathi sifuna nathi kuyi-enjoya lento, uyabona? Yeah. Cela nisibekele lokhu ukuthi niwenze kube yi-priority abantu nabantu bakithi bazuze. Ngoba kulula ukuthi ngibambe umakhelwane ade engakhela ukuthi uyayibona indlu yami uyirobhile, uyabona? Bese ngiza kulokhu ukuthi ke kunezindlu ezakhiwe la umasipala ezikrekayo. Kwenziwani ngalabo bantu? Benze njani? Senze njani? Zingakafiki ngisho zona ke ikhukhula. Siyacela ukuthi lokho nikubhekisise nanokuthi imhlaba bayihlola yini before kwakhiwe, noma kuvane kushove islab nje iprofile ingabonakala i-DPI ukuthi kwembiwe kwafikwa phansi kahle. Siyacela kodwa I'm sure it's part and parcel of NHBRC. Ngiyabonga.
Sorry, kancane sis. You khona ukushilo ukuthi ususwa ku-2-room uya ku-2-room. I missed that.
Yes.
Usho kanjani? What is this 2-room and the other 2-room?
Mangikhuluma ngo 2-room to 2-room, the only change is that ke kufakwa i-toilet. Kodwa uthola ukuthi ama square meters angaphansi ngisho kuka 4-room. And si uhulumeni obusayo, I don't think nifuna ukuthi uhulumeni wethu enze izindlu ezinjalo. Ake kakhuphuka ama square meters, there's a place that is called Elindelan. When you go there, if you can drive there, namanje, abantu balapha babeke ezindlini ezinestima, because it's not that ngoba ubabulele la ngala sitting room ikish, it means fane abantwana balale khona la. Iyayibona lento. Siyacela ama square meters noma ngabe 5 room for abantu, siyabeka phela ngoba siyabantu siyacabangela nje ukuthi leyo nhlonipheko nje ukuthi abantwana bakhule beziphethe kahle bangabuka ubaba nomama. Uyabona?
Thank you. Okay. Oh no, it's interpretation, sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Lindiwe Ngai and I'm from Ward 46, Kwamashu. Greetings to our leadership in the foyer. Thanks for the opportunity to bring our inputs to our representative from the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. We would like our housing as a black government to be seen to be giving dignity to beneficiaries. Particularly the size of the RDP houses should be extended. Direct translation was that from 2 room to 2 room. That's what the chairperson was seeking clarity on. And also another issue that was raised was the quality of construction without the floods. Floods apart, but when those houses have been built, if it's raining, rain actually comes through the wall of a constructed house. So you can see that the quality is not really up to speed. And as someone coming from Ward 46 in Kwamashu, I know that we were relocated from Umkumbane, even that was before my birth, but now generations have emerged from those days since Kwamashu was developed, and now people are squashed up in those 4 rooms. Now we just want to excuse me. Now we just want to implore our government to prioritize those people congested in old developments like in Kwamashu. Whenever there's new developments like in Konobia, those people should be prioritized. Because now what is happening is that there is migrant laborers coming from the rural areas, coming to town for work. Now we find those people, they build temporary structures that we call shacks, and they build them anywhere because they are just there for job. They might build by the river or anywhere. And now when there's a new development coming, those are the people who are moved to the new development. So I propose government to consider reverse migration so that these migrant laborers should be placed operationally and strategically back to their traditional areas where they come from. So the proposed bill is received with great applause, and we are only going to hold our builders now going forward. We're going to hold them responsible. And we are happy that it comes with a section of training. Our builders are going to be trained, but we ask that let there be placement. As soon as people are trained, let people be placed. And would also ask that our builders now be localized and indigenized, because some people will resort into taking builders from neighboring countries, but those people, they build and go, and they don't build with any quality standards to be followed. All they're interested in is building, and off they go. So we would like to argue for localization and indigenization of our builders. And houses already built that already have faults and cracks. That was the end of it. Thank you so much.
Ulandele omunye. Chairperson masiqala lana ukhulume ngokuthi bakhona abanye abantu mhlawumbe baze ngama problem wezindlu kuphela. although la size ngomthetho akazuvimba abantu ukuthi bakhulume ngengxaki zezindlu kodwa kwenzeka ukuthi abanye mhlamba abafuna uza la emayikini bangaya lapha etafuleni bavele babhalise ingxaki zabo. So I was making it simple for, because la no mayikhuluma usisi lapha ngizwile ukuthi hayi ngathi ziningi ingxaki.
Okay. Initially, the chair had indicated that those who might have issues pertaining to houses can actually go and register those issues at that table instead of, if they don't want to come and speak at the podium. So we have provided for that because I just heard from the previous speaker that there are issues pertaining to houses. So those people who wish to register those issues, they can go to the table of our technical team and they can register those without having to come to the podium if they so wish.
Sanmonani. Unonduduzo Makanya, ophambi kwenu ngisuka eKonopia eWard 102. Ngizokhuluma nje ama-points ambalwa njoba ngihlala eKonopia nje. Lo mthetho uyasicindezela kukhona la usho khona uthi kune warranty ebekade yu3 years before njengamanje nje base kufuna ukushintsha umthetho usu 5 years wokuthi izindonga zendlu after lo 5 years usuke iParliament lingasakwazi ukuthi likulungisele. Njengamanje thina la silimala khona besingazi ngalomthetho and ikhansela lethu asinalo asilazi. Mhlawumbe kube siyalazi ikhansela engabe mhlawumbe siyazi ngalomthetho. So kulo 5 years kunabantu already asebe no 13 years 10 years sebehlala eKonopia izindlu zineyinkinga esingene zikhona izinkinga. And siyafisa ukwazi ukuthi uinspector okuyena waphasisa izindlu wayiphasisa kanjani izindlu ngoba singene kuzona zi already zine crack zinama cracks kwaphela mhlawumbe inyanga ubestazo yaphephuka okuningi kuyenzeka nje eKonopia amanzi angena endlini and nendlela ekwakhiwe ngayo indlu angicomplaini ngendlu but umthetho uma usicindezela like u5 years usuphelile kwenzakalani ngathi esesiphelelo 5 years sesikhona endlini kodwa singazi ukuthi fanele sihambe iminyango ethile ukuze silungiselwe izindlu eli. So uinspector ke uma ngabe sefikile uyiphasisa kanjani indlu enama cracks njengoba izindlu zibheda uma ngase kuthiwa neParliament noma umnyango uyasondela uyobona sineyinkinga eziningi kuzoba ihygiene izindlu indlela ezakhiwe ngayo angazi zaphasiswa kanjani awukwazi ukuphuma etoilet uphumele ekitchen uyapheka umuntu la nanga umuntu wenza into zakhe number 2 wakhe etoilet ihygiene iphi mekunjalo. Ngiyezwa uyakhuluma usihlalo ukhuluma ngokuthi size ngeinkinga zezindlu no mina I won't be based kumthetho lo osubekiwe u5 years lo obekiwe sizocela ukuthi behlale phansi bekhulume ngawo ngoba vele thina sesi out abaningi bethu kulo 5 years lo obekiwe. Ngiyabonga.
Good morning. My name is Nonduduzo Makanya. I'm from Konopia, Ward 102. I have a few points that I would like to raise about the bill. Firstly, the issue of the warranty which disadvantages us as people who are now having to deal with the provision of the bill which then moves the warranty from 3 years to 5 years. We are disadvantaged because we have been living in houses that have had deformities even before we moved into the houses. Others have been living in these houses for even over 15 years and hence my point that we are disadvantaged by the bill in this regard. We would like to maybe look at the extension of the bill. And also we would like to know who appointed the inspector that inspected the houses that I'm referring to. Because if maybe we had a councillor, firstly we'll know about some of these issues around the warranty, but because we have no councillor, we don't know about the issues of the warranty or taking the people who were accountable for the building of the houses, making them account and taking them to task. And also, we don't know who to hold accountable for the deformities that we are having or we're picking up now in the houses. I mean, the houses that have walls that are cracking, we have water that is seeping through and water that is everywhere in our houses. And then also the issue of hygiene. The toilets, the way the houses are built, you have a toilet next to the kitchen. And for me, this is really highly unhygienic because you can imagine somebody doing, relieving themselves in the toilet and then you are busy cooking in the kitchen. That is just, for me, unhygienic. And then also I heard the chair talking about the committee being here to discuss issues pertaining to the bill. I'm not really deviating from that, but I'm actually talking about the bill myself because the issue I have is about this 3 years, now extended to 5 years when we have issues that have existed for even over 15 years. Thank you, Chair.
Ngicela ukubingelela iParliament lonke elisihloniphile ngokufika la kwiprovince yethu. Ngibingelele bonke esifike nabo la esibe nenhlanhla ukuthi sibe exposed to this meeting. Igama lami nguDoli Sithole, ngiphuma eWard 102 eKhonupe. Oqala nje ake ngikubeke kucace ukuthi lo mthetho siyawusekela ngiwubuzwa umuhle kakhulu kodwa kunezinto ke ebengicela ukuthi sizichibiyele kuona ezinye zikhona la ephepheni ezinye ngizibona. Kokuqala ngicela ukuzwa ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani njengoba sekuyithini esiphethe ezweni abakhibe inkontraka ezakha indawo ezihlala thina kuba abantu bolunye uhlanga. Ingane zethu zikhona zikwazi ukwakha. Engibone ngathi indaba inkingi lapha ukuthi uthathwa ngoba usunani. Engeke ngikuzwe ke kancane iNHBRC. Engakuzwa futhi ukuthi kukhona abanye nakhona kulabo abantu abansundu abakwazi ukuyibhala leyo exam yeNHBRC ekunika igunya ukuthi ungakwazi ukuvunyelwa ukuyokwakha izindlu zabahlali. Bengicela ke eParliament ukuthi kube khona umthetho ofakwayo chitshiyelwe ukuthi abantu bakithi abaxhaseke ngoba banayo imali yokubhala iNHBRC eyiyona ebagunyazayo ukuthi basezingeni lokuzakha phela lezi zindlu noma sebeyenzile iconstruction as a cause kodwa kukhona la besashoda khona. Ake kuzama ukuthi kube yibona abantu bakithi abafakwa lapha basakhela izindlu bona. Le bill futhi yenzela ukuthi ivikele ukuthi kuze kufike nakuleya issue yama penalty kube khona inspector abafika bayibuka indlu isaqala baqhubeke nayo. Uyangena nje wena usungena endlini in a dignified home or house ungangena endlini kuyikhathi uzokhomba ukuthi khona ukutheni ngoba amanye nje bakade besha abanye abafike eqala ngifuna ukuloko ngiphinda khona sifica zinama cracks ubuza ukuthi kambe ngesikhathi zakhiwa okokuqala nje kuyabhekelelwa yini ukuthi le ndle sinika lo muntu umuntu onjani segugile semncane unenkinga zempilo uyakwazi ukuhamba akwazi ukuthi engathi umuntu enjengangami nje seguge ngaka ayogibela izitezi phezulu. Asisho ukuthi siya ngofa umthetho inhlanhla esiyitholile kodwa phela mase ufikile hlala endlini ube comfortable ibe nesizotha indlu hlele kuyona. Nokuthi ke kulomthetho kukhona yini okuzosibhekela thina esesendlini thina nje lapha eKhonupe iyakhiwe ngendlela ehlukahlukene uma ubuka ngaphandle kwathi kuyafana. Lezi ezintsha zinenkinga eziningi kakhulu manje mangabe sekubonakala ukuthi kusekunenkinga umthetho uthi thina sesinenkinga obona make kubuya lemvula yanomoya siyashona ezantsi edamini. Kuzokwenziwa njani ke umthetho usibekaphi ekuthenini senzelela kanjani thina sesizezindlini ezinamakrek obona umuntu edlula phandle. Enye into futhi bekungangcono ukuthi umthetho njengaloku ufike noma befika bazosifundisa ke bashiya amakhopi siwabuke sizophasisa la sesike sawuperuza sabona konke ukuthi yini ekhona kona masubuka nje face value muhle kakhulu siyabonga ukuthi kushintshe lokho kade kwenziwa kuqhubekele phambili isikhathi sewarranty sincane 5 years engathi singaqhutshwa ukuthi ngaba u10 noma kube ulife ngajabula ibe ulife ukuthi makwakavela ngoba phela lendli yakhiwe yakhela ilife ukuthi ngihlale khona for life ayakhelwanga ukuthi after 10 years bisiyabhidlika nokuthi siyanibonga kakhulu bantu abami thina ke sikhule ngesikhathi esibi sengcindezelo besingenalo ithuba lokuzoyibeka phambi kwenu nize kuthina nisihloniphe nize kuthina nisilande nisilethe la siyabonga kakhulu lokho engathi kungaqhubeka kodwa ke ngicela kakhulu akungabi talk show sinikezeni ikhathi ukuthi njoba senisizwile ama inkinga zenu sizobuya ngesikhathi esithize lokho kubuza ugogo ukuthi izindlu zenu izokwenza njani ngoba mangabe njeke lana manje siphuma siyohlala kulelo linye ikamera sisabe ngoba lizodilika uyakubona nje sekulinde ilanga ukuthi idilike sizokwenziwa njani ke thina esenze njalo ukuthi kulomthetho owenziwayo kubhekelelo yonke into kuxhaswa abantu abethu bakwazi ukuthi basebenze endaweni esihleli kuzo njalo nje mangawabona kwakhiwa indawo ukuhlaliswa kwabantu ubona ibhodi elikhulu libhalwa ngizobiza ngegama libhaliwe ukuthi nayi inkontract ezokwakhala akakube igama lesizulu nje ngilifunde lapha noma lesintu ukuthi hayibo kuzokwakha abantu abansundu lapha yana nendaba yo inspector ngicela ingene la ibhekele ukuthi uma uinspector check ilindlu kwaficakala ukuthi akenzanga umthetho wenziwa njani yena ngoba phela umsebenzi wakhe ukuthi ayiphasise ukuthi kungenwe endlini sibonga kakhulu abantu abamkuningi singakusho kusho ukuthi ngiyacela futhi ukuthi isession enje I know it's expensive but ke niyenze ibuye ke futhi nibuye futhi sizwa sesike sayifunda lamaphepha ngoba imithetho uyawazi unento eziningi nama clause esingakwazi kwafunda maze siwasheshise size sikufunde konke kodwa makhona sikuthole ekhaya nisitshela ukuthi siye kubani uyokhuluma namtshela ukuthi hayi lapha kwasala kodwa okukhulu siyawubonga umthetho nolethile.
Thank you, ma.
My name is Mrs. Dolly Sitole. Excuse me. I'm from Ward 102. May I greet Parliament and thank you for honoring us with this visit. Greetings also to those of us who managed to be part of this highly esteemed meeting. May I explicitly state that we fully support this bill without any hesitation. And first and foremost, I would like to highlight that whenever there is new development in our areas, how come that it's always other races that are building for us? What's happening with our own children who are in the building and the construction industry? Then we are told that there is NHBRC, they have to come through NHBRC, there's some registration process that could be too costly for them. So we ask that you intervene and guide in that regard. I also want to know what happens when inspectors have come and checked the house. What happened after that inspection process? You know, and also, I also would like to ask Parliament to consider whenever people are to receive houses, the age of the beneficiary, the physical condition of the beneficiaries should be attended to. As old as I am in my age, I can't be expected to be climbing stairs because the house that I got is a flat somewhere, you know, on the second floor or third floor, like in the development that I come from in Konobia. But what I also would like to submit here is that the latest development in Konobia has more problems, is more exposed to flooding. There's even a dam there. When it rains, we even change rooms because we don't want to be washed away to the dam. So the proposed bill is indeed fantastic, but we also would like to request that the warranty years be extended from 5 years to 10 years, or at least even to life. Because why should it be limited as if this house was built and meant to fall away after 5 years or after 10 years? So it should be for a lifetime. And not that we do not appreciate the houses, we do greatly appreciate the gesture from government. Finally, let forums like this be not another talk show. Let our children work the areas where we live in. Let black people build for black people. We do need to know that when an inspector has inspected the house, what happens thereafter? And also, you have to tell us that after you've gone, where do we go with issues that are burning that we need to voice out? Thank you.
Sanibonani, ngiyanibingelela nonke, ngiphinde ngibingelele nehambeli zethu ephume ePhalamende. Siyabonga kakhulu lokuthi uNkulunkulu ukwazi ukuthi anilonde kuyo yonke le ndaba enihamba kuyona emgwaqweni nafika lana niphephile. Ngiyafisa futhi noma semibuyele emuva nibuyele emuva niphephile. Sizoqala nje sibonge ukuthi nizivakashele nokuthi nizozwa izimfuno zethu. Ngiye ngayichaza ngathi nguNonhlanhla wakaZuma ohlala eWard 104 kwaMashu. Sizobonga nje umthetho sivivinyo enu proposile uright nathi kodwa sizocela ukuthi kube khona esikufakayo nje bani sicelile ukuthi ngicela ukuzohlala nathi noma ke thina ke angase si generation yesingaki kubazali bethu bebehlala kule mizi esihlala kuyona thina manje okunye sizocela sizosho ukuthi impela lo 5 years engathi mncane kakhulu ngoba uma nithi warranty u5 years it means nizohlala every after 5 years mayibhidlika lezindlu zolokho nizosenzela zona nizozaka nizozakha kusho ukuthi ama resources aya wasteka ngokwami ukubona esicelayo sicela ukuthi mangabe usakhelwa izindlu kwakhiwa izindlu eziqinile esazi kahle nje ukuthi nje iwarranty izoba ulife ukuze ngalokho oqala kubuye kuzokwakhiwa kushintshwe asbestos kukho konke kunezindlu lana ezakhiwayo like u2 room ushintshwe kuthiwa uyokwenziwa u4 room lo 2 room uma ngabe uthiwa uwenziwa u4 room zibizwa ngoR293 lezo zindlu kodwa uthola ukuthi isquare meter sakhona still silingana nawo isquare meter sika 2 room ngoba sifika ngaphakathi kube ikamelo kube idining room ikamela angungena idouble bed eyodwa okwazi ukufaka wardrobe okwazi ukufaka enye into even idining room nayo futhi bese kuzofaka itoilet uma sekufaka le toilet ngaphakathi ngoba bathi u4 room one toilet leli linye ikamelo angeni ngisho idouble bed kungena isingle bed lapho okukhombisa khona still njena akuyona indlu esingathi siyabonga ukuthi uhulumeni usenzele izindlu lokho kuba buhlungu kakhulu uthola ukuthi umuzi owu2 room uzohlala abantu abawu15 like mina ekhanje siba u15 sihlala kulo 2 room uthola ukuthi nje abaniki lo 2 room kushonwa njalo mina ngingcwabile nje ekhaya kwaphela u2 months kwaphela 2 months ngangcwaba kwaphela isonto aphinde ngangcwaba ngenxa yokuthi nesimbondele nasonke laphansi siyalala abanye banezifo ezithize ejike lezo zifo zithathelena sonke ngakho sicelayo siyaxoxa uma kwakhiwa lezindlu azizami isquare meter sithi ukululeka sibe sikhulu singajabula futhi uma kuthiwa kwakhiwa izindlu ikamelo libonakala ukuthi ikamelo ungakwazi ukufaka umbhede noma kuba ama single bed awu2 ukuze nikwazi ukuthi ninilale ngokuhlukana ngicele futhi enye into eyenzakala esibone lezi ndlu zoR293 mina ekhaya akafikiki R293 but siyabona kwabanye ama complaints atholakala emphakathini uthola ukuthi isiwa kuzohlangana ipayipi lamanzi nepayipi lase toilet Uthola ukuthi naliflashekile uma uthi uyavula empompini kuhlangene amanzi kuhlangene namanzi etoilet. Siyacela ukuthi uma kuukuthi abantu abakhayo akube sure ukuthi abantu abaqeqeshiwe abawazi umsebenzi wabo. Uma kuletha uplumber akulethe uplumber ozowenza umsebenzi ngendlela okuyiyona. Mase siyacela ukuthi uma ngabe kufika inspector ezocheck njengoba sebeshila abanye ozakwethu akeze kusaeli indlu aqale icheck ukuthi i-right ukuthi umuntu angangena la. Ngoba nje akuphele ngisho inyanga uma kunetha sokuyanetha amanzi aseyangena ehla ngendonga. Lokho akukho right. Njengoba ngisho ukuthi wazakuthi okunye sebengikhavile. Sicele phela ukuthi ezinjene emakhaya sibaningi sakhula asishadile sihleze emakithi sibaningi siyabanga siyabulalana sibulalelana lezi ndlu engekho. Uma kuqhamuka izindlu ezakhiwayo nathi siyadinga sisabahlali base South Africa ukuthi asike sithathwe nathi sibekwe endaweni sibe nendawo ngoba manje abantu abama first priority kuba abantu abasuke besuka emakhaya ebevele benezindlu zabo. Kodwa bafike futhi bezela bazokwakha imjondolo uzubonisene nampa beze beyongena emfuleni ngenxa ukuthi ufuna abasheshe bona badatshukele. Uma bese kwenzeka noma yini kubona mase kusuka lapho mase beyokwakhela izindlu. Thina silokho ehlezi lana sisiqwashile endlini. Siyabonga kakhulu. Engazi ukuthi ke nje banifikileke ningabike senigcinile namhlanje. Niphinde nibuye ninizositshela ukuthi impendulo ithini. Siyabonga.
Chair, before I start, I will paraphrase because some of the stuff was, but I'll touch on the points that were touched on for your benefit and the benefit of the audience. Thank you. Igama lami ngibingelele. My name is Nonhlanhla Zuma from 104 Kwamashu. I would like to greet everybody in the hall and also greet our visitors from Parliament and thank God that they've been safely guided by him to be with us here, and I hope the same happens when they return home. Thank you for coming down to hear our views, and I support the bill with a few additions as we were invited to make those additions. Firstly, 5 years is too short as a warranty because it means after every 5 years we'll have to come back and repair or reconstruct houses that would have fallen off. So the warranty should be extended to life as suggested. Also, we have 2-roomed houses that are referred to as R293 that have now been converted to 4 rooms, but the measurement of the square meters is still the same. In fact, it's so bad such that 1 bedroom will take maybe a double bed and that's it. But another bedroom in the very same house cannot even take that double bed. The rooms are small and the family then ends up being squashed in those rooms, in those houses. And also in my situation, we are 15 living in a 2-roomed house and we have issues like, for example, we've been having burials and everybody has to come and squash in this small house to the point that there are health risks that are also bare because people have all sorts of illnesses and we are all congested, so that is a huge health risk for us. I hope that, and I propose that the size of the houses be increased to at least give enough space for people to be able to reside comfortably. And then also, even though this has not come to my area because we haven't really been affected by this, however, with these R293 houses, we hear that people complaining that the piping is not done properly. As a result, you'll find that sewage pipes and water pipes tend to be in contact and then that contaminates water that comes out of the taps. Which is a huge health risk as well. And also, I believe that inspectors should come early into the building process so as to avoid problems upon the occupation of the house, and also that will save a whole lot of trouble for those who are occupying those houses. And also, I would also like to raise the issue around us who are living in townships like Kwamashu, where you find that priority is given to people who come from rural areas when they come in and when they come to these areas and build informal settlements, and then when there are disasters, they are the ones who get prioritized, and then we end up being left behind to fight amongst ourselves over the family homes that we are squashed in as a family. Thank you very much.
Onani uzama okamphumulo ku Ward 43 eNtuzuma ngomunye wabahlali abaseholo njengamanje. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi sibonane nabaphathi beseParliament nokuthola leli thuba. Sinenkinga siyavumelana nayo yonke into ebhaliwe kwi chapter le eBill. Kodwa u5 years mncane. U5 years mncane ngoba manje kunabantu abacomplainayo ngezindlu abahlezi kuzona kuyimanje. U5 years impela siyakhalaza kona sisacela isikhathi sethu ukunyuswa. Bese ngiyibuzela ke njengoba sina sihlezi ke sabahlala abaseholo njengamanje ukuthi mhlambe uhulumeni kulokho azosiza ngakho kungabe usekuphi nezinhlelo ngoba sihlezi kabuhlungu eholo siyagula omama badala izingane ezincane kuyabandi sebusika ingane ivuka khona ezikoleni kunjalo thina kuthiwani ngathi njengoba sisahleli manje eholo asina ayikho into esitshelwa yona alukho ulwazi esitshelwa lona ukuthi ngabe kwenzakalani njengoba singenamakhaya nje. Okwesibili mangabe lawo makhaya sakhelwa wona njengoba kuthiwa izindlu ziyaregister ubani esizoya kuyena siyo register kuliphi ikhaya ngoba asazi lutho si blank sihlezi nje ebumnyameni ayikho into esiyaziyo. Besicela uhulumeni asazi ukuthi ngabe kwenzakalani ngathi ke njengoba sisemaholo njengamanje ngoba impela ayisixakekile kunzima akumnandi ukuhlala eholo kubhlungu nayo ke imizi siyabonga ukuthi uhulumeni asinikelele ithuba ukuthi size silibone leli Parliament esihlezi sizwa ngalo. Besibuzela ke ukuthi ngabe njengoba siseParliament sisila namhlanje eholo sizohlala kuze kube yinini hayi kubhlungu asihlalisekile kubhlungu kuhlala eholo kubhlungu ngabe nalo ikhaya kaduna nalo ikhaya. Besicela ukuthi sibe nolwazi sinikezwe noma isithombe ukuthi mhlambe kwenzakalani ngathi. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Zama Mapumulo from Ward 43 in Tuzuma. Greetings to members of Parliament. I am one of those currently residing in the community hall due to the recent floodings. We totally and wholly agree with the bill, and the merits contained, but we are not happy only with the 5-year warranty period. That point has been registered extensively by other previous speakers. But mine is just to simply know from government that what is the plan for those of us in these community halls right now? How far are they with those plans? Because nobody seems to be updating us with any plan if there is any. If there's houses that are being built, and if there's a registration process, what is that registration process? How do we go about? And I must say, I am also grateful to finally see this Parliament that we always hear about. But we just want to know, how long are we going to be expected to be in those community halls? Thank you so much.
Izihambeli zethu ome phambi kwenu uSandile Tsalong usuka eAvoca Hills. Ngimelana ngizokhuluma la kakhulu ama contractors ngomunye ama contractors ebill le ngiyayisupporta. However ngibona ingasiprotect thina abantu abama contractors who are residing within a country in South Africa. Sinama challenges nathi so contractor, especially abancane. Umphathi ehleli phakathi kwawo they tend ukuthi basibalekele ukuthi basinike imisebenzi ngoba bethi thina siyabiza. As a result, bese bethatha laba bokuhamba. Namhlanje abakhalayo ngabo ukuthi babakhela ama-shade houses. So besicela ke ngingazi noma le platform iyasicover thina as ama-contractors njengoba sihlangene nge-consumer bill. Besicela ke ukuthi nathi sama-contractors within the country sibe protected ekutheni siyazama yonke indlela thina ukuthi sicomply as per ama-regulations e-country njengokuthi siregister e-NHBRC sinabo. Kepha abahlali esihleli nabo bayabaleka kuthi ngoba bethi siyabiza bengenayo understanding ukuthi kungani sizifike kulama prices sifika kuwona. It's because thina as registered builders kunama affiliation fees esiwakhokhayo that abuya asibite ukuthi if kune defect emzini wakho first sibuye thina futhi sizolungisa at our own cost. So sizocela ukuthi kube khona into esiprotectayo nathi ke sewama contractors within the country and nis educated futhi ke nawo umphakathi. Because njengoba ngisho nje ukhala ukuthi thina siyabiza and yet aba-understand sifika kanjani kulama prices esiwanqumile. So siyocela nabo ke niba educate. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings. My name is Sandile Tsalong. I'm from Avoca Hills. I support the bill, and I'm going to speak on behalf of contractors. I feel that as contractors, particularly small contractors, we are not protected by the bill. We get overlooked by our communities because they claim that we are expensive without understanding how we arrive at that particular pricing. And then they go and seek services of unregistered and foreign builders who then leave them with problems. I think we need protection from the bill because we also try to comply with the provisions of the bill and also all the other compliance issues. And we do that at our own cost because we pay affiliation fees and sit for all sorts of exams. And also when we do have any problems with what we've constructed, we are expected to repair all those damages at our own costs. So that is then affecting the pricing that we charge to our communities. But I also think that there needs to be an education of the community in terms of the costing so that they can understand how we arrive at those costs and also the dangers of actually acquiring services from unregistered contractors. Thank you.
Molweni. Njanibulisa igama lami Nomandla Maganqana ngisuka eKhonobha eward 102. Umthetho okhona siyawusupporta. Kuphela sinezizathu ezenza singakwazi ukusupporta. Ekhonobha awukazi ubungasayina into. Awukazi ukusayina umthetho ofana nalo. Ngenxa yezizathu thina sihlala ngezindlu nakuzona izindlu lezi zinto. Amawindi wethu aboshwa ngentambo. Makunetha kumanza udonga imvula ngene edongeni. Manje mozovuma u5 years. Uhleli phandle uzothi usayinelana usayinela ukuthi uhlele ufana nobuhlele emjondolo. Bekungcona semjondolo ngoba besazi ukuthi emjondolo vele into yakho iyafana. Ngoku sisezindlini sajabula ukuthi siye ezindlini. Kodwa umehluko omkhulu. Umthetho asiphikisane nawo kodwa kunesizathu esibangela umthetho lona kube ngathi simecaleni okwangoku. Sizovuma u5 years. Sihleliphi kulo 5 years? Sidlulile thina ku5 years ukuhlala kwethu eKhonobha. Kodwa isizathu ngicela uselifone. Ndiyaxolisa. Ya uxolo ngiyaxolisa. Ngicela ukusho ukuthi hayi umthetho thina asikho kude nawo. Uma beningenayo indlela ebeningayenza at least uphume nabantu abawu3 baye khona eKhonobha ke bayibone into esithetha ngayo. Mhlambe xa senifikile kwakhona into ezilungisekayo. Disho izindlu apha zakhiwe khona kunezindlu ekudilika inhlabathi kunganethanga umhlaba wakhona uqinqwanga izindlu zakhona zilenge emaweni kunabantu ethi makunetha eConobia abantu bakhiphe udaka ngamafosholo ezindlini kubola ifurniture zabantu masizothi thina siyawuvuma umthetho ukuthi sizicinezele thina ke kulo mthetho ukuthi hayi kulungile sizosayina lo 5 years usayina sihleliphi kuningi thina esikhala ngayo khona besocela nje makwenzeka bakwazi ukuthi baqale bayibone into esithetha ngayo at least mhlambe kuzoba ngcono ke masenisisho ukuthi hayi sesiyabona nathi ukuthi silungisele esikhala ngawo sinabantwana abanandawo zakudlala kuyikhonobhe nje kodwa akukho ekhona ngamahamzi ingane ziyashayiswa emgaqweni akukho ku right manje mazosayinela ingozi kufanele noma siyadlala ngiyabonga inkosi.
My name is
Okay.
My name is Nomandla Makanjane from Ward 102, Konobia. I greet you all. The bill we do support with the reservations because where we come from in Konobia, we like those without houses. The current houses we have, rain comes through the wall when it's raining. The windows there in the houses that we got, the windows are not lockable, cannot be locked. It's like we're back in the shacks where we come from. It's better even in the shacks because everything is standard in the shacks. Everything is similar, it's just the same in the shacks. But in Konobia, it's a different case. We have been in Konobia for way more than 5 years. And how I wish that at least 3 of you here, 3 of your representation can just do a site visit, come to Konobia and see for yourself. In Konobia, we have landslides, even without the rain. The land will just move away without any rain. Can you now imagine when it rains? There is no speed humps on our roads. There is no play area or recreational for our kids. Even when our kids are hit by, that's the last point, when they go through accidents, there is nowhere to claim because the roads don't have any signage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We thank for the invites to come to Colombia, but as I've indicated, we are here on different mission. We will come back or we will see if we have time. Then we'll see that we'll visit. I don't want us to commit ourselves, but we'll see if we were done earlier. We'll see what we can do and pass at Colombia. Yeah.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngibonge futhi nesimemo sokuthi siye uyobona endaweni yaseKonobia kodwa ke njengoba ngishilo size ngomthetho ngodaba oluthize kodwa ke uma ngabe isikhathi sivuma mhlawumbe singakwazi ukuthi siye ukubona kodwa ke uma isikhathi singavumi sekufuna ukuthi sihlele ukuthi simisa kanjani angifuni ukuthi ngizibophezele kodwa ke sizozama ukuthi sibone uma isikhathi sikhona sizama ukuthi sihambe siyobona.
Another 10.
Bengicela abanye abayishumi.
You see now? Raise your hands.
Bengicela niphakamise izandla sibonakale.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ubuti wa black jersey. No, mahlala mphathi. 5 ubuti. 6 umama we. Yes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ubuti with the cream white. Cream white jacket. Yes. This is 10. 10 booty. The last one is the one with the cream white. Is it 10? Because I've counted 10. Mama, I've counted you with the yellow thing. There is a mama there. 10. The last one is the Ubuti with the last person is the Buti with the spotty. And then Umama must come before Buti. Yeah, the last one, yes. Now that you have developed interest, angithi niyabona khona manje everybody want to speak. I'm timing you.
Ngoba ke ngiyabona ukuthi senesasasa lokukhuluma ngizoniqalela isikhathi
Because the
enizosikhuluma.
first round I've struggled to get that 10.
Ngoba ekuqaleni kulabo abantu baqeda ukukhuluma ngisebenze kanzima ukuze ngibathole ukuthi bazokhuluma.
So it's 3 minutes per person
Umuntu emunye uzokhuluma imizuzu emithathu.
so that we allow everybody who wants to speak to speak. To
Ukuze
us.
sinikeze wonke umuntu ithuba ofisa ukukhuluma athole ithuba lokukhuluma.
So I'm going to time you. When I take the mic up, you must know that your time is up.
Ngizoniqalela ke isikhathi uma ngabe ngiphakamisa ke i-microphone yami kufuneka wazi ukuthi isikhathi sakho sesiphelile.
And if you are not finished your inputs, you can write them down and submit to the table.
Uma ke ubukade ungakaqedi ubufisa ukusho ungakubhala phansi lokho kusele bese ukuthumela lapha noma ukuyisa lapha kulela tafula.
Even those that doesn't want to speak but they want to have submission, you can write it down and give it to the table.
Nalabo ke bangathanda ukukhuluma kodwa bafisa ukubhala phansi abafisa ukuthi bakulethe bangakubhala phansi bakulethe lapha etafuleni.
Number 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the Portfolio Committee coming here to KZN. I actually support the bill, but I will concur also with my brothers and sisters out there that it should actually be for life. Okay. I also I'm a subcommittee for human settlements. That's with the housing. And we've had serious problems. In Lansdowne, about 9 years ago, there was a house, there were flats that were built, it was built on stilts, it was a swamp. The project was 48 million, that project. We've been running back and forth to human settlements, we've actually spoken to Ravi Pillay, the MEC, he was the MEC at that time, Ravi Pillay. Then we went to also go and speak to Peggy Mokoyani, she was also the MEC as well, but then she's moved over to transport. We were actually planning to come to Cape Town to Parliament because whatever we have said and spoken to government has fallen on deaf ears. It's actually like a talk shop. And there's also incidents with the flood. There's units that are in Woodville Road. Those units were built about 40 years, if I'm correct, 40 or 50 years ago. It's the one bedroom and a lounge. 1 bedroom and a kitchen, I should actually say. There's about 5 generations living in that room and a kitchen. I sit also with social development. I'm a member of a NGO where there's been an incident of brother and sister have fallen in love with each other, and well, she's pregnant as I speak. There's one baby. Now she's pregnant again, where the mothers come crying to us because we've profiled these people about in 2015, and because of the families, 4 generations living in these units. That was in 2015, it was 4,500 that we profiled to try and see if we get houses for them. And nothing has also become of that there too as well. So I'm asking Parliament, please, let this not just be a talk shop. When I say this, I say with all due respect, that, we are tired. And when I say we are tired of a people, as we all sit here, of government coming to us. You come here and nothing gets done. We don't hear anything after that from government. So I'm pleading with government to hear our cries. I'm listening to my brothers and sisters. They are crying and we actually like at Charles Mercy. You know, I always remember when late Tata Madiba said, the people shall govern. We are here to govern. Y'all work for us. That y'all should actually help us and listen to what we are saying. We are crying, we are suffering out there. So please, I'm asking once again that when you go back now to your offices, sit with our presidents and tell them of the people in KZN, how we are suffering in KZN. Thank you.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, good afternoon. My name is Linda van Wyk from Ward 68. Oh, sorry. Sorry, it's afternoon, as I said yesterday. Igama lami nguLinda van Wyk, waka Ward 68. Ngiyaweseka umthetho sivivinywa. Kodwa ke kunendawana ezincane engifisa ukuthi ngikhulume ngazo. Eyokuqala ngiyaweseka umbono ukuthi iwaranti ibe iminyaka engaphezulu kwemihlanu kube isikhathi nje esihambelana nokuphila komuntu. Ngisekomidini ke lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu endaweni engihlala kuyona. Ngakho ke ngiyazi indaba ephathelene nezokuhlaliswa kwabantu nezezindlu. Isibonelo nje kunendawo lapha eyama flat eyakhiwa ke endaweni eyixhaphozi kodwa yakhelwa phezulu kwezintingo. Look about ama stilts. Le ndawo le inenkinga enkulu ngoba njengoba ngisho nje kuyimanje mayelana nayo sesize sahamba so bona ungqongqoshe wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu Ravi Pillay ngaleso sikhathi wayesawungqongqoshe futhi sasike sabona nomunye ungqongqoshe naye owangena kulesi sikhundla okupheka inkonyeni naye ngiyazi ukuthi akasekho khona kodwa ngizama ukukhombisa ukuthi lolu daba selihlale isikhathi eside kangakanani lingalungiswa. Sinemizi lapha eyakhiwa eminyakeni engamashumi amahlanu 50 years eyedlula othola ukuthi umuzi unegumbi lokulala negumbi lokuhlala lokwabathi lounge kodwa manje kule ndlu kunabantu noma kunezizukulwane ezinhlanu ezipintshene khona phakathi. Lokho kokubanga inkinga ezinkulu isibonelo nje kusukela ngo2015 kwathiwa asithole abantu abazokwakhelwa izindlu. Sabathola abantu abayizinkulungwane ezine namakhulu amahlanu 4500 esabahlalisa esababhalisa kodwa kuzube manje akaze kwenzeke lutho ngokwakhelwa kwabo izindlu. Naloko engizokusho manje ngikusho ngenkulu inhlonipho nokuzithoba ukuthi sesikhathele ukuthi siloku sibizwa sizokhuluma sivakashelwa kodwa kube ngekhona lutho olwenzekalayo. Uma owayengumongameli uMandela wathi abantu bazolawula ngakho ke yithini esilawulayo ngoba yini nisebenzela thina njengemiphakathi. Bengicela ukuthi kodwa ke lokhu kwenzeke ngoba njengamanje akwenzeki. Ngicela mesenihleli eParliament nikhuluma nomongameli wezwe nimchazele ukuthi la sihlala khona impela asihleli kahle neze siyahlupheka. Ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once more. We really appreciate you coming out, the Portfolio Committee coming out here to KZN today. This is my very first time that I'm interacting at this level, I must say. And I'm only a little bit disappointed that the representativity of some of our other race groups, I could say, is not present here today. And I'm talking from my community perspective as well, because we also experience, we also have many of the issues, the challenges that have been voiced today from the previous speakers. We have similar, it's the same, there's basically nothing different. It may be just that there is the majority that we need to consider. I do accept that. Like the previous speaker has said, Linda, we have massive overcrowding in our ward. I'm talking about Ward 68 and probably in some of the other predominantly colored communities.
There's overcrowding in Ward 68, which is known as Wentworth. We are suffering from the scourge of deaths of our youth daily on the streets. And this overcrowding is one of the factors that is impacting our community. We have that room and kitchen as well. Like she said, 5 generations have lived in this one kitchen and a bedroom. That's all. You can't swing a cat in those in that place. And with the result, our children play out on the streets till late at night because there's no space for them in the house. There is this incest that's taking place amongst families in those same cottages. We have about 8 to 10 years ago, because of the overcrowding, some of the government buildings were demolished and people just occupied. No, they weren't demolished yet. It was unlivable. But people moved in there because of the overcrowding. And what had happened, government has come to put up cabins. Cabins are like the Wendy houses that you have, and they like squashed next to each other. There again is another problem. Come the rain, come the floods, these people are flooded out of this, and the sickness is unbearable and unbelievable that's taking place. So we have many of our problems are the same as some of our colleagues that have spoken here today. I would also just like to ask a question, or maybe a clarification on page 41, where it says 6.4, this item. The state law advisors are of the opinion that it is not necessary to refer this bill to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders in terms of section 39, 1A of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act 2019, Act number 3 of 2019, since it does not directly affect traditional or Khoisan communities or pertain to customary law or customs of traditional Khoisan communities, and does not pertain to any matter referred to in section 1542 of the Constitution. Now, I just want some clarity. I'm not au fait with this bill right now because it's the first time that I see something like this, and I'm only interacting at this level right now. So I need some clarification on this, because what makes us different from each other? We want to coexist, we want to live together as a nation. We have our differences, we have our cultural differences, we have our religious differences, we have our language differences, but what makes us different? Please give me some clarification on this. Thank you.
Ngibingelele, ngibonge ithuba elingayizivele ukuthi ngibonane ne-portfolio committee, hlangane neparlamente, kuyaqala nqa kimi ke ukuba thola uba sethutsheni elifana nangaleli. Nginomuzwa ke obalulekile nje ukuqala ukuthi ngibona ngathi inhlanga ezikhona la eThekwini azimelelekanga ngokupheleleleyo, noma izinselelo zethu njengabantu zifana. La engiqhamuka khona ke ku-Ward 68 indawo edume ukuthi kuse-Wentworth, sinengxaki yokunqwabelana kwabantu ezindlini ngendlela exakile, nentsha ize isiyafa manje ngezinga elingabekezeleleki. Sithola izizukulwane ezinhlanu zihlala endlini nje eyikamela elilodwa lokulala kanye nekhishi. Lapho sesize sifumana ukuthi sesithola manje izelamani sezithandana sezilalana sengenxa yokuthi abantu bahleli ndawonye baminyene abakwazi kunyakaza, nezingane zidlala emgwaqeni ukuze kuhlwe ngani ngoba ayikwazi ubuye endlini indlu impintshene. So neinhlobo zokugula kanjalo nezifo ezithathelanayo sezisezingeni elingabekezeleleki. Ngizogcina ngokucela incazelo ngolaphaya ku page 41 ku 6.4 ukuthi ngabe kuchaza ukuthini lokho ngoba ngiyabona sekukhulunywa ngokuthile ngabuholi bamakhoyisana kanti nathi siyingxenye yeSouth Africa sifuna ukuphila nabanye ngiyocela incazelo ngoba angiqondi.
Ngibingelele igama lami nguthandeka wakandlela ngisuka eWard 55 eNanda. Ngizobingelela amalunga eParliament bese ngiphinde ngibonga ukuthi leli thuba elikhulu kangaka ukuthi bafike kuthina bezozwa ikhalazo zethu. Ngizoqala la kuyibill. Ibill siyabonga kakhulu. Ngibona ukuthi kuwumqondo omuhle kakhulu ukuthi basenzele lengqayizivele yethuba basenzele yona kodwa besicela ukuthi kube i4 life. Ngoba nje basebechazela abaningi ukuthi indlu usuke uyitholela ukuthi noma uyakhela ukuthi ikunikeze isikhathi eside ozohlala kusona. Sabahlali ke eindaweni sineyinkinga eziningi ngizwile ukuthi noma ngifike late ngixolisa ukufika late kodwa ngizwile ukuthi indlu iyakhaveka iminyaka u5 imincane iminyaka u5 isicela more bese ngizocela ukuthola lana ukuthi kunento engayizwanga kahle la kule ndawo yama retaining walls because uma ngabe wakha indlu kunendawo edinga ama retaining walls mhlambe noma ama guardrails kanjalo ukuze indlu yakhe izokwazi ukuthi ibe sesimene esikahle ukuthi ingawe. Cela ukubuza ukuthi ngabe bawafakile yini. Uma bengawafakanga noma bewafakile ngicela ukuthi endaweni yethu esakhelene la koNanda kanje leza indawo zingamagquma namathafa akusiyi indawo eyiflat. So uma ngabe uzokwakha kuleyo ndawo leyo kusho ukuthi izinto ezidinga la khona ziningi ngoba sidinga ama retaining walls ukuze kuzovimbakala ukuthi umuzi ongezansi ungezi umuzi umuzi angasenhle ungeze emzini ongezansi. Inkinga isihlangabezana nayo kakhulu iwona lezi zinto zama retaining walls ugcina kwawona ungabusazi ukuthi how come ama retaining walls edilika ngoba phela iwona asuke enza ukuthi indawo iqina. Bese ngizalana ke ekutheni benginesicelo la ukuthi iParliament ke libuke lento. Kunabantu bona imijondolo iminingi kangaka nje ingapheli imijondolo. Kunomuntu ofika athole indlu yomxhaso. Le ndlu yomxhaso bese yena ayayishiya arentise ngayo aqhubeka ohlala emijondolo. Okusho ukuthi ke lokhu ke siyakubuka ukuthi kusebenzisana kabi amakhansela ukuthi ayithole sengasakwazi ukusebenza. Ngoba ngalesikhathi unikezwa umxhaso wena ujika uyohlala emjondolo urentisa ngawo wenza more inkinga. Uma usulimala futhi lapha emjondolo usiyadinga futhi usuzokhalela ikhansela. Ngicela iParliament ke libheke lento ukuthi benza kanjani ukuthi umuntu mangabe sewutholile umxhaso bathola isiqiniseko sokuthi umuntu uyahlala yini kuwona ngoba imxhaso eminingi ese55 nje mhlambe iNanda Mungasuthi uchecka indlu nendlu uzothola ukuthi abantu bahlele emakhaya baqhubha ibhizinisi la bese kuthi abantu abahleli la yibo laba bazokwenza lemjondolo engafunakali ngokuthi bafuna indawo yokuhlala. Ngicela bangenelele kakhulu kuleyo ndaba leyo ngoba ukusebenza kwekhathi yagcina sengasabonakali. Bese ngiza kulezi zindlu lezi ezolindela. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi kulindela kuhlala umuntu onjani. Akuhlali yini umuntu osuke elindelela ukuthi ususiwe la wabekwa la ngokuthi kufanele ukuthi athole umxhaso. Sithola inkinga ukuthola ukuthi sekuyarentiswa olindela bayadayiswa. Manje lokho kwenza futhi umsebenzi wekhansela ikhansela ngakwazi ukusebenza. Thina esisebenzisana nekhansela kakhulu sithola sesinenkinga ekutheni ayikho into eyenzakalayo emphakathini. So besicela ukuthi ike ibhekwe izinto ezinjenga nalezo. Mhlasimpe impilo izothi ukuqhubeka. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the committee and the House at large. My name is Thandeka Ndlela from Ward 55 Enanda. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to talk to the bill. I support the bill. However, I also support the views that have been stated earlier about the lifetime warranty. Also, where I come from, we have a variety of challenges as a community. I did arrive late and I apologize for arriving late, but I did pick up something about, excuse me, repairs. However, I just wanted to know if the bill also includes retaining walls and such structures that are supposed to prevent collapses or sand or land from actually falling onto a structure that is below. I'm asking this because I feel that this should be included because I live in Inanda and the area I live in is a very sloped area and therefore these areas are not flat, and if they're not flat then they'll need these retaining walls to make sure that they keep the sand or whatever that is above the house from actually collapsing and damaging the house and putting lives at risk. Because the risk of collapse is always large in such areas, in houses that are built in such areas. I also would like to make this request that Parliament looks into the issue of people who get RDP houses and then they rent them out, which then causes a situation where you find that there is always a perpetual backlog on housing, whereas houses are being built and people move in, and then once they move in, they'll move out and go and stay elsewhere and then rent out these houses. I wish for Parliament to really look into this and approach it with the seriousness it deserves. Ward 55 is a cesspool of such behavior. And also I would like to ask what the houses that are called Lindela houses, what were they built for and who lives there and for how long? Because I have evidence that these houses are either sold or rented out, and that also tends to create problems for councillors because then there's always a long list that doesn't end of people who need housing. I would also request that as Parliament, please see to these issues so that we can have progress in our areas. Thank you.
Molweni, igama lami ndingukwanele Msizazwe nisuka eWard 102. Umthetho ndikhe ndathi ukufunda nje ilines ezimbalwa. Uvakala kakuhle wona. Kodwa ke ngoku kukhona eyona ngxaki endiyibona mna iyo engathi ingasombulula izinto ezininzi ezithethwa ngulomthetho okanye ezicaciswayo kulomthetho. Indaba esematheni indaba eyomhlaba. Ukuba ngaba kungaqale kusonjululwe lengxaki eyomhlaba kweli lethu ilizwe, ezinye zezinto okanye imithetho eloluhlobo iyona engakwazi ukuthi incedisane nebala elintsundu. Akho nto ndingayivuyela mna kuthiwa ndizofumana indlu, kodwa kule ndlu eyona nto mna endikwaziyo ukuthi ndiyenze kukungena ndilale ndihlambe ndiphinde ndiphume umzekelo ndiye emsebenzini. Zikhona izinto ndingumntu endizenzayo. Umzekelo amaxabiso okutya aphezulu. Xa uzovela unikwe indawo ongeke ukwazi nokuplanta iveg kuyo, kodwa wena uvuyela ukuthi hayi ndinendawo, hayi awukakabi nayo indawo xa usafihla inhloko nje kuphela. Okwesibini ndicinga ingancedisa kakhulu nalento yoba kube khona icriteria eproper ezokwazisa mhlawumbe uba kubani lo okufuneke efumane indawo yokuhlala okanye okufuneke efumane indlu eyokhwe ngurhulumente. Kuba ngoku indlela esetyenziswayo ayikancedisani nabantu. Yiloo nto kuzophuma izindlu ekugqibeleni ezo zindlu ziphumileyo bangahlali kuzo ababantu kuthiwa zibaphumele kuba vele bebekade bengazidingi, sinikwe nje nokuba ngubani. Ndicinga mhlambe ke ihambisana into ze-favoritism uba mhlambe wazana nabantu abathile abangababalida loo nto ugqibele ke ngoku soyifumana indlu ngolohlobo. Okunye ke kukhona njengoba ndithe ekuqaleni i-issue yomhlaba engasolva zonke ezinye problems ezikhona. Masekeni ukuyibalekela nalento yabantu abahlala emijondolo. eSouth Africa iyaziwa loo nto, bakhona abantu abahlala emijondolo. Zikhona izithethi eziyibekileyo into yobana kuthi xa usekhona izinto ezibomonakalo kufumaniseke kuba ngabantu abahlala emijondolo abonakalelelweyo bagqibele sebe prioritizwa kuthathwe bona kuqala whereby kukhona abantu umzekelo ekudala balinda ukuthi bamuve bafumane ezizindlu sizakhelwa urhulumente wethu kodwa ke ngokulo ndizolungiseka xa kusaziwa okanye xa ngaba icriteria le isetyenziswayo ukumuva umuntu uba ayohlala kuloo ndlu ngumuntu onjani lo efuneke emuviwe mayilungiswe indaba yomhlaba zonke ezinye izinto sibe sezilandela enkosi.
My name is Sanele Msizazwe. I am from Ward 102, Konobia. Greetings. I have read a few pages of the bill. It sounds well and good. But there's just one issue that I think is pertinent and it will solve all our problems around this subject. That is land. Allocation of land would help us solve many of our black people's problems. If you give someone a house or a shelter, that's where one would sleep, eat, and wake up. You know, shelter alone, in my view, doesn't solve the problems when inflation is this high as we speak right now. How do I feed myself from that house? You give me a shelter where I can't even grow my own garden, where I can't even grow my own veggies to eat. So my suggestion and submission is that let legislation be a little bit tightened on who is supposed to be eligible to be the rightful beneficiaries of this housing, because what we see right now is favoritism at play, where people get houses because they know the people responsible for the project. So in my view, land is our biggest problem. As I conclude, informal settlement is a common cause in South Africa. It's not new. The relocation criteria should be revisited, but the main is land. Thank you.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguNontokozo ngwakamchunu ngiqhamuka eWard 43. Ngimude kodwa ngizoba mfishane. Okokuqala nje sicela ugovernment siyabonga ihambeli zethu nesihamba nabo. Okokuqala nje ngizocela ugovernment whatever asenzela khona sicela ifollow up. Ngoba sina le ngxoba kaxaka esinayo nje ifollow up ugovernment akayenzi. 2 sicela indaba yomhlaba. When it comes to ukuthi thina abantu abamnyama uma kuzokwakhelwa thina abantu abamnyama umhlaba kuthiwa awukho mncane kodwa uma uhamba uya koZimbali ko-Coastal Estate ko-Tahari Coastal Estate ufica abantu bomntakabani bakhelwa ithabathaba zemizi uthola ukuthi lezi ithabathaba zemizi there are only 4 or 2 family members thina bantu abamnyama when it comes to us ufica uthola ukuthi kuthiwa umhlaba mncane kodwa futhi sizokwakhelwa lo 1 bedroom nekhishi nendawana okuthiwa i-dining room. That is ayikho right. Okwesibili kule bill esinayo bengizosicelela ngiquqile ngamadolo amabili ukuthi sicela nisifakele osonkontileka babe khona sithole bephatheka laphakathi ngoba uthola ukuthi sikuyingxoba kaxaka yokuthi sigcina sesithatha abantu bokufika ukuthi mabasakhele cause ena sisuke singababoni ukuthi ena yini kahle kahle kanye abayenzayo. So ke sicela ukuthi nisifakele bona lana ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi ngiqonde ukuthi uma ngakhelwe ubani kwenzeka imistake ngizoqonda kusibanibani. Ngoba uma sithatha for example ngithatha umuntu waseLimpopo ngeke ngisamlandela ngiyomchecka ukuthi ena njoba usungakhele indlu sekwenzeke u1 no2 no3 ngicela uphinde uzongilungisela kanti kungcono uma sizofaka bona kanye laba abalapha kuthina ekuhlaleni esibaqondayo kuba bahlala kuphi ngizoya straight kuyena ngifike ngixhumane naye ukuthi woza uzongilungisela usuwenze u1 no2 no3 no4 leyo nje ayingijabulisi neze bese kuzoba ilo 5 years warranty ayi sonke asikho happy ngawo and futhi okwesibili why kade nike sonke lesisikhathi why thina izinto kufuneka sithina zifike kamuva kuthina kodwa kunabantu abawumntakabani abazaziyo bafica bephethe imqulu bazi ukuthi mangabe indlu yami icracker ngizoya la nala nala why izinto thina kubantu abamnyama njalo zihlezi zafika kamuva thina sihlezi siwomva wezinye omngaselesele ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Nontokozo Mchunu from Ward 42. I'm tall, but I'll be brief. Thank you for the opportunity from the government to address this bill and for coming to us to hear our views. One of the things that I see as a huge challenge in this housing sector and the building industry is follow-up from government. Most of the problems fester because there is no follow-up that is done on projects, and as a result we sit with all these challenges that we sit with today. And then also, secondly, the issue of land. Black people are always denied land, and we're always told that there's no land. Whereas if you go to posh suburbs and estates like Zimbali and so on, you'll find that there are big houses there which are housing 2, sometimes 3 people maximum for the selected few. And I believe that this is grossly unfair. Also, I would urge the committee to also ensure that in terms of the bill, we end up having contractors that are within our own communities, because it is easier then to hold those contractors accountable. And we also have some form of a register where we can know which contractors are in our own areas, because we end up having to appoint or give work to contractors from outside our areas because we don't know which contractors are residing in our own areas. So let local contractors be used in their own local areas as well, so that we can be able to hold them accountable should they build houses that are not up to standard. On the issue of the warranty, I also believe that that should be as suggested. However, I just want to ask, why do things actually come to us at the end or as a last group of people to be informed, when you'll see other people who have been informed about these things for a long time? Why are we always the last to be told about these things? Thank you.
Sanibonani, ngiyabingelela iParliament lonke abaholi ngihlalo zabo, ngiyabonga kuma kule ndawo. Noma sekukhona la sengishayike khona makuthiwa kunezinto ebekuziwe ngazi ezinye, kodwa kuyisifiso sokuthi iParliament likuzwe lokho ukuthi emva kokuzabalaza silwela inkululeko, kodwa la engihlala khona eWard 102 eKhonobia siyafana nabantu abaphansi kwencindezelo. Okokuqala, asinalo ikhansela eWard 102, asinalo ikhansela, asinalo ikomiti, asinamuntu siyithi siyiphethe siyimele, asinakho nezokuphepha. IKhonobia sibonga kakhulu government ukuthi usenzelile izindlu, siyabonga. Njengami ngange ngibe namandla kwakha indlu, uhulumeni usithathe emjondolo sihlupheka singenalutho, siyabantu ababonayo ukuthi bahlwimpu sazofakwe endlini. Izindlu zangabhekelela ukuthi ekugcineni zizoba amangcwaba okusingcwaba. Kweyami indlu kungena amanzi engingawazi ukuthi aqhamuka pha, ngiwubona umgudu wawo, kodwa gobhoze sephuma ekitchen. Umakhelwane wami sekusele kancane ukuthi indlu iwe istairs sihlale phansi siwele phezulu kwami ngoba sakhelene sihlukene ngamapassage, but kude phezulu. Ekhonobia ama toilets angaphakathi endlini ekitchen. Obvious umuntu uma engaphakathi lokho okushunqayo kuyashunqa kuze kuzongena ngaphakathi. Ekhonobia asibhekelelwa njengoba kune COVID, kufika abantu abazofutha. Ekhonobia sinamatanki esawafakelwa amanzi awaklina umuntu, asikwazi siwaklina kanjani. Ekhonobia sinabantu abakhubazekile ngaphandle kokuhamba ngama wheelchair, kodwa banezindlu eziyitezi, bazofika kanjani phezulu? Abana indlela lokufika phezulu, ba end up sebehlala eminyango, abakwazi ukuthi basebehlala phansi, abakwazi ukunyuka phezulu baye phezulu ngoba bakhubazekile, kodwa hayi ngokwama wheelchair. Okay, eKhonobia sinezibantu abakhubazekile,
izindlu zabo zinomnyango owodwa awukho omunye umnyango okuphumela ngale which means makhona into eyenzeka ngaphambili abanayo indawo yokubaleka baphelele la ngaphakathi izindlu zaseKonopia kunamapayipi ngaphakathi endlini ahamba ngaphandle amapayipi aweplastic sineyingane singabazali abayibhataniselayo njengoba uhulumeni esathi over 35 years awusasebenza indawo kufanele ngiphume ngiyoqhwisha iyabuya ingane esikoleni angikho ngiyoyiqhwishela ukuthi ibuye idle ngoba imali yegrant ngifundisa kuyo ngigibeza kuyo ngigqokisa kuyo ngondla kuyo kuyashoda kufanele ngiyothayisela uthatha umesi umntwana ufikela ukuganga usaha leli pipe elinamanzi yini eyenzakalayo azomkhila umntwana lamanzi ngoba ezamawala amshaye pipe emakhaleni athula umntwana ngenxa yepipe elingaphakathi endlini ayaconsa amanzi ehla phezulu ngepipe ngoba ligijima phezulu liyokhuphuka ngamastepisi liyoma phezulu ngasekamerweni anginazi noma liyalapha lapha esigubhini la manzi ayaconsa agcine sephuma na kuyisilingi udonga mawulishaya kanje luthi gqop 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 ongathi alithintile estepisi estinini ngiwumhlalo waseKonopia kunolayini ongaphesheya kwami owakhiwa ngabona isimanga iminyango ewu5 yestezi yakhiwa ngamaviki amabili iphela nya finish istezi saphela safaka iroof kwaqedwa kwathiwanya istezi esiwulayini ayikho nalezi zinto ezizinsimbi engiye ngibone ifakwa kubelungu ukuthi ibalansisa amakhona ke okungcono kwakhiwa nje istezi samiswa kanjalo kwaphela kanjalo bengicela iParliament engathi lingasiza ngeke lisicelele nakubaba wethu ngoba bengithi ukhona bengizele yena ngithi ukhona bengizoke ngikhulume naye kuke kwanenkinga eyenzakalayo kwanomunye umholi omkhulu engicabanga ukuthi useduze kwakhe ngakhuluma naye wangiphendula wangibuza ukuthi ngikhuluma nobani ngathi ukhuluma nomama ohluphekile ocela usizo akaphindanga wangiphendula angifanele ukulimemeza igama lakhe mhlambe ngingaboshwa kodwa umuntu omkhulu oncikene naye ubaba uRamaphosa okwakufanele angiattende njengomuntu owumbhekeleli womphakathi ukuthi mama uhlushwa yini bese ngibeka ukuhlupheka kwami akaze anginaki ngoba ngingelutho ngiyinto ehluphekayo udadewethu la ukhala ngokuthi omntakabani bayabhekelelwa ngempela kuba njalo uma ngiqhamuka kuumntakabani ngiyatatazelelwa ngidonsela isitulo but mina ngoba ngifundile angisazi nesilungu ke mina lo bhadi ngamcosha ekitchen angifundile ngizothi mangisathi sorry kancane yebo mina ayazi lo ngizobuya ngikubone angishiye kanjalo ngingabinalo usizo ngoba ngifundanga bengicela ukuthi sibhekelele sayilwela inkululeko nginembobo esithweni nansi eyenhlamvu ngilwela inkululeko kodwa le engicindezele namhlanje angisebenzi nganzama isebenzi inephephe egijimana leminyango kodwa mayifika eminyango kufuneka 1000 ngizolithathaphi iyafesa ifuna umsebenzi kufanele ikhokhe 1000 ngalesi certificate isantwa live tonton lento egade ezokuphepha endaweni zokusebenza mafemini mafethu into enjalo angikwazanga uthi asebenze umntanami ngoba anginali 1000 lokukhokha ngicela ukuthi nisisize ngiyabonga
Thank you ma hamba information to our people there ubani because Tinas we want the name so that we can follow them up
hamba mama yoyisho udaba lakho kulabo balapha yaselfisa ukulazi igama ukuze sizokwazi ukulandelela ukwazi ukuthola usizo olufanekileyo. My name is Samgelisiwe Khumalo. I'm from Ward 102. Greetings to Parliament and all our leaders present. I may not know everything, but one thing for sure is that after we've struggled for so long, those of us in Konopia have not seen the taste of freedom, have not experienced freedom, in the sense that we have no safety and security in Konopia. We have no counselor in Konopia. We have received houses, that we are grateful for, we truly appreciate for those houses. But those houses in Konopia, you find that the kitchen is next door, is built right next door the toilet. So whenever someone is in the toilet, what is happening in the toilet, you can smell it or hear it from the kitchen. There's water tanks that we have in Konopia that are not cleaned, that are not serviced or maintained. We got people on wheelchairs in Konopia that are given houses on the second floor or third floor, and you wonder how they're gonna maneuver their ways into their respective houses. We've got houses in Konopia without any emergency exit. You can only imagine what can happen there in terms of fire or any other emergency of that sort. We are parents in Konopia. We are hustling. We don't have any formal jobs. Since government said above 35, you're on your own. So we got these plastic pipes right inside the house. And when our children come back from school, they are alone by themselves. These plastic pipes with water, they are a health hazard. Some of them, they are leaking. And when our children are alone there, they may play with those plastic pipes, cut them, the water gush out, and the children may be dead, may be killed by these pipes because they are inside our houses. There's something that I witnessed with my own naked eye. I saw a 5-story building coming up. Within a week or two, it was finished. And it's really a wonder that I saw in Konopia. So I was hoping that our father, meaning the president, was gonna be here because I have a very high profile leader that is close to him, that I reported some issues to, and I didn't receive any attention. I'm not sure whether it's because I'm illiterate and I don't speak proper English, even the one that I speak, was scrapped here and there, but I was not assisted at all. We fought for this freedom. I tell you, I got a bullet right here on my leg because we fought for this. I do not work, my children don't work, we just need you to assist us. Thank you.
Ngiyabingelela mphakathi, ngibingelele wonke amalunga eParliament. Silibonke iParliament ukuthi lize lifike kule ndawo yakithi KwaZulu Natal. Sibonke ithuba esilithola eliyingqayizivele. Siyaqala lokho esikubonayo nokwenzakalayo sithi kuhle ngazothi ngaqhubekela phambili. Igama nguThulani wakangcondo ngivela ku-Ward 102 khona eKonopia. Mina ukukhuluma kwami ke abaningi sebekukhulumile nami sengithi angihlabe but ngingena kakhulu kwi-disability because nami vele ngilapho kulowo mkhakha we-disability. Ikhalazo zethu zinkulu kakhulu. Ngizoqala nje ngami ngizibonge nje ithuba lalomthetho lo ukuthi size simbulelwe ngawo ukuthi ukhona nathi sinamalungelo. Siyawuphasisa ke bahlonishwa bethu, siyavuma. Ukuvuma kwethu ubhathu khona ke wokuthi ke isikhathi shemsincane nami ngihlaba phezulu kwalaba bathi ke engathi nga-extendwa from mhlambe kulo 5 siye ku-10 noma for life ke, because vele impilo yethu for life sikhona la esihlaliswe khona. Sibonga uhulumeni ngoba kuhle kufanele sikubonge. Sibonga uhulumeni into asenzele yona wasakhela lezindlu lezikuhle lokhu futhi thina eKonopia usakhele zaba sezingeni. Ke nami ngomunye onesikhalazo ke khona ngibonga, kodwa ke isikhalazo sikhona. Abantu bethu laba esiphila nabo ngoku-disability ngokwahlukahlukana, mina ngikhuluma ngento engiyaziyo ngoba vele ngikhona futhi siphile sana sonke. Kukhona abantu abablind, uthola ukuthi umuntu ublind nje uhlezi stairs. ukuhlezi stairs ake ngithi one mistake lo muntu uzama ukwehla lapha kana umuntu ozomsiza evele nje kubo ukuthi uphazama istebhisini esizodwa wehlela ngenzasi kwenzakalani lapho lo mbuzo lo impendulo ngingathanda ukuyizwa ngalapho ngakunene sengiveza ngizama ukuveza ukuthi kunebantu abangene endlini ezide zongamelanga babe khona according abantu abablind laba abanye abahamba ngama wheelchairs bona okwabo ngicishe ngithi uaccepta because ibona ilezi indlu lesezo 4 room izona bayakwazi ukungena ngama wheelchairs kubona baphinde futhi baphume lapho siyabonga kwacabangeleka kubona but kukhona abanye ke ekufanele abadeserve ukuthi ngabe bakulezo babhekelelwa kulezo zindlu abangakwazanga sibaningi bakhona abanye siphila abanye bahamba abasebenzisa ama artificials legs ngokwahlukahlukana ama artificials according to disability yabo abangakhoni ngempela ukuthi bangakwazi ukunyuka le itebhiso lisaba end up ukuthi sibalala la phansi yonke into yabo bayenzela la phansi therefore ngalokho akusekhuleka nenjabulo ukubona ukuthi uhleli ngaphansi kwendlu ukhululekile indlu enhle futhi mina ke sengena specific endabeni yami mina la ngikhona angazi kwa inspector owathi meyohlula lapha wafika khona eright nemqondweni noma kwakwenzakalani ngendlela engakhona mina mengiphuma nje neproof ikhona yalento engikhuluma ngayo mengiphuma nje eminyango wasekitchen la nje nasi sitamkoko njengoba izindlu zingaka and ngiphansi ngesimo sokwakhela engibona futhi ukuthi la okwakhe khona angazi noma kokulungeleni kwabantu abaziyo ngokwakha ukuthi la ithine sabe kwakhona kokulungeleni ukuthi kungakhiwa izindlu ngendlela okungakhona ngithi ngiphuma nje nasitamkoko inhlabathi yehla yabona nje bakade kunalama flats la khona angithanda ukungena bona kakhulu but because ama complaint akhona all over economy ukuthi izindlu amanzi ayangena endlini and lapho ke uzawusizwa abaneke kithi awunamlekeleli but isikhalazo esikhulu ilesitamkoko esila esigcekeni la eduze komnyango ngasekitchen ngaphezulu la esihlala khona thina kule block yethu indlu yakhona ngiyasaba because ivele inhlabathi yehla and mekwehla igceke ku-close kanje nale block engaphezulu anytime lama flight meqhubeka thina siyoba nenkinga ukuthi kuwe lo dongo olilanga enhla lushaya la kuthina kuyoba nje inhlekelele engaziwa through udedengu ubani ba inspector nabantu ababakha khona two ngiyafisa bahlonishwa njoba nabanye bebecelile nami ngisashayela esipikile ukuthi ake nithi inqambani buyele eCape Town mhlambe kukhona ababili abathathu abake bathi ukudlula economy bayibuke lento le esikhuluma ngayo because asiculi inganekwane sikhuluma ngento ephathekayo engafike nithi noma mesingathi sinivezele emafonini ethu izinto ngoba siyashuthi nibone ukuthi hayibo ngempela kanti kwakhamba kanjani la.
Thank you baba, thank you. Already I give you more than 3 minutes. I gave you 5 minutes because you are representing a sector, not yourself alone. Yeah. Others, if you still have some other issues, you can go there and write them.
No,
thanks.
My name is, greetings, my name is Chulani Ngongo from Ward 102, Konubia. I would like to register my greetings to the committee and the community and the members of parliament who are with us today and thank them for coming to KZN to hear our views, and I hope this continues as well. Most of my views have been registered by the previous speakers, but what is mine is to speak on behalf of those who are living with disability, like myself. I support the bill, but I also still wish to register my support as well for the warranty issue which has been mentioned. I also feel that it should be for life, or if not 10 years or more. But I think life is much more appropriate. And I also would like to thank the government for providing us with housing, and I think it's important that we are grateful and register our appreciation for this gesture. However, there are issues around these houses. For example, where I live, you find that there are disabled people, like for example, blind people who have been allocated houses in upper floors in buildings that have stories. And this can also cause, it is actually a huge risk to their lives and safety, because if they are not taken care of and they're living by themselves, they can sleep on the stairs and get injured. And also on the issue of wheelchair-bound people, I also would like to testify that we do have wheelchair-bound people who have been covered. However, not all of them have been covered because others still haven't benefited. And then also on the issue, and then we have other people who are disabled who have prosthetic legs or limbs and who cannot climb stairs, but they are allocated houses that are actually on the upper floors. I'm not sure if the inspector that, I don't know the inspector, and I'm not sure if they were in their right mind when they actually approved the housing project, because where I live, there's a storm drain right in front of my kitchen door, and it's a risky situation, because on a rainy day there's always a problem of water coming into my kitchen and the entire house. Also, there's a huge accident waiting to happen in our block, because the building above mine is at a huge risk of collapse, and I fear that one day that building will collapse and we will be affected, because it will also hit our building as well, and lives may be at risk and injuries may also occur. And I would also like to urge you to please come and see what we are talking about in Konwe, because it is real, we're not just making it up. And I think it will be very, very important for you to see it. And we do also have evidence of these on our cell phones, because we take pictures and record some of these things. Thank you.
Ngiyabingelela, igama lami ngutholakele ngwakamaphumulo. Ngibingelela kakhulu, ngiyayibongela ukuthola leli thuba lokuba namhlanje ngikwazi ukuzwa lezi indaba ezinhle kanje eziqhamuka eParliament. So ke mina ngutholakele ngiqhamuka eNanda kwaMshazafa. Ngisukuma nokubonga kakhulu engikuzwayo, kodwa nginesikhalo sokuthi engikuzwayo makusho kuthiwa uma nakhelwa izindlu fanele nilinde isikhathi esingango 5 years. So ke u5 years mncane kakhulu. Okwami akufishane kakhulu, kodwa kubhlungu. So la ngiqhamuka khona kwaMshazafa kunezindlu zakhona, izindlu kwakhiwa kwezindlu zakhona azikho sezingeni eli right. Mina la ngihlala khona kuwakhiwe u2 room, lo 2 room owakhiwe ngesikhathi angazi noma ngingathi kwakuyisikhathi sobandlululo yini. Labo 2 room abakhiwe kwaMshazafa asikho kuma urban areas, sisendaweni ezisemjondolo. So ke labo 2 room bakhona basezingeni elibheda kakhulu, abanye bakhiwe endaweni zamagebedu, abanye bakhiwe endaweni ezaziyimuhosha. Okukhuluma njena la ngihlala khona mina, amanzi angena ayophuma ngomnyango, u2 room. Lo 2 room kwaze kwadingakala ukuba njengoba ngihlala khona nje nosisi wami ngize ngimove out. Ukumuva kwami out ke ngakhuluma nabaphathi abaphethe endaweni yaMshazafa, ngababikela indlela yokuhlala kwami njengoba ngihlala kasisi, base bengitholela indawo yama-Trousers Camp. Ngahlala kula ma-Trousers Camp, kula ma-Trousers Camp engihleli kona sengina 11 years ngihlala khona. Bayafika bayasithembisa ukuthi sibhaliswe sibe njengabantu abathembiswayo ukuthi sizophuma soon and possible. Sibone lapho ukuthi okay, lokho kuthenjiswa kwethu ngoba sokusondelele ukhetho ukuba masiphume sihambe siyovota. Mase siqedile lapho ukuvota asisacatshangelwa, sabhekele sesifana nabantu abayifaka kuma-Trousers Camp esingangenanga ngoba sixakekile. Okumanje mina ngimdala ngwa75, ngiyadinga kakhulu kuhulumeni ukuba angiphe usizo nami ngithole indlu yomxhaso. Isiyangideserve indlu yomxhaso ngoba senginezizukulwane esenginaso ngihlala naso kule Trousers Camp engihlala kuyona endaweni yaKwaMshazafa. So ke sihlala somndeni okukhomba ukuthi endlini so9 silala ndawonye, izingane indlala phansi, nawo lama Trousers Camp esihlala kuona angena amanzi. So ke ngokuxakeka kwethu siyacela kakhulu uhulumeni ukuba asibhekelele.
My name is Tolagele Mapumulo. I'm from Mshaya Zafe. Greetings. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We're quite grateful to hear the great news from Parliament, but I also think 5 years is too small. I'll speak particularly on the Mshaya Zafe development, which is not really up to standard. That development is in a traditional area. It's on the outskirts of Finanda. It was like built during apartheid area. Other houses are built right on wetlands by the riverside. I personally had to vacate my own house because of water that would frequently come into the house. I was put in a transit camp, which is a temporary structure waiting to be allocated or to be relocated. And I've been there for the past 11 years. It's like people forget about us. They only come to see us during elections because we must vote them back in, and they forget about us immediately after that. I'm grown up enough. I was born in 1975. I've born children right in that Mshaya Zafe transit camps. The sleeping arrangement is a nightmare because we've got 9 children there. They sleep on the floor and you've got to squash yourself through. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Okhulumayo uNompumelelo wakagabela ohlala eKhonopia. Ngixolisa ukuthi iKhonopia isize yabaningi kakhulu ukuthi sineyinkinga abantu bangayihahela nje indawo yethu kodwa cha ikadoti. Ngibingelele iParliament bese ngibingelela umphakathi esikanye nawo. Ngicela ukuthi iParliament lisicelele sesifelwe kakhulu eKhonopia. Ingane ziwela ziya esikoleni uyaphoqeleka noma ngaba usebenzi ufune ukukhokhela umalume u300 rand bakwethu nje mangatholakala ibridge sekungcwatshiwe sekubhlungu ungcwaba la kuyabe ingane lapha zifuna ukwela ngeke ukuthi indlela ila ngiyala ngeke ngiyojika lapha kodwa ngibe ngiyala manje inkinga esibhekene nayo siqoqiwe salethwe eKhonopia kodwa manje sangabhelela ukuthi ayikho high school kukhona iPrimary namanye ama-primary angaphesheya nawo lawa ayagcwala kudingeka ukuthi siphinde ingane ezinye zolele ngaphesheya ngeke ingane isuke la phezulu iyophuma lapha ezansi isaya esikoleni inesikhathi efuneka iphume ngaso uma lona iParliament lingasicelela ukuthi sithole ibridge nje leinyawo kungaba ngcono ukuthi sikwazi ukusizakala enye into ke sicela ukuthi uma nizokwakha izindlu ke nibheke o-inspector babheke la ngesikhathi besenza isurvey ama-danger box lapha eKhonopia sicishe saqhuma kuze kwanikelwa ngokhonkolo ukuthi kuvalwa ama-danger box ngenxa yamapayipi amancane eniwafaka la ngaphansi ukuthi kuhamba amanzi amapayipi wona ayimbangela yokuthi ezinye zezinto ziqhume zonakala uma ngaqale kubhekwe i-floor ukuthi imi kanjani ngaphansi kusalungiswa hayi ukuthi kufakwa amapayipi amancane ancikiselayo benye into uma senisifakela makufakwa amanzi iParliament abantu abama-construction abangafaki lamapayipi abomvu abathenge lawa amhlophe amanzi ashisayo ukuze kuyeke uqhuma sikhala ngalento nje mina kwami sengize ngafaka amhlophe ekhona eKhonopia ngoba bona basifakele lawa bomvu anesikhathi esithile sokuthi manje aseyaguga njoba siqeda 7 years or 6 years amapayipi ayaguga ngeke singakhali so lo sikhala ngento eyodwa ekubeni kusekhona abantu abangemuva abasemjondolo abasadinga ukuzongena endlini lezi engakakhiwe okunye ngicelayo ayikho indlela ukuthi indlu ingatholakali ngomjondolo njoba niyiParliament ngoba phela wonke umuntu umecabanga manje kuza athola indlu ufuna kabe nomjondolo ayikho indlela engenziwa ngayo ukuthi kukwazi ukuthi mhlambe kuverifywe emzini kungenwe bese kwazi ukuthi kwakheka abantu kuze kungabe ukuthi umuntu uyaphuma emjondolo ukuze nabanye basizakale kunciphe nemjondolo ngoba phela kuzoloku imjondolo kanti khona nabantu abadinga ukucabangeleka sebengaphambili ngiyabonga.
Greetings. My name is Nompumelelo Kabela from Ward 102, Khonopia. I would like to apologize for speaking on Khonopia again. However, I need to say this because our area in Khonopia is not really an area that is suitable for accommodating people. We are just dumped there and nobody cares about us. Deaths are prevalent in our area because our kids cross a busy road to get to school. and there hasn't been any other school that is built in the area. So kids then look for shorter ways to cross and get to the school across the road, and as a result, we have accidents that happen all the time. May I request that at least a pedestrian bridge be built so that kids and people can be able to cross safely without the risk of being hit by oncoming or passing traffic. Also, if we can have a high school built on our side of the road, because then that means it will prevent kids from crossing the road to get to school in the morning. And also where they are able to cross, it's actually far from where they need to access the school, and therefore they then take shortcuts, and which results in accidents on the road. Also, if we can look at the issue of the flooring in the houses that we've been allocated, the piping there is a source of a lot of problems, because the kind of pipes that have been used to pipe water into the houses are of a poor quality, and I don't know why they were not, the builders did not use the white piping that is usually used in other housing projects, because that is a stronger type of piping. And then also, can we find a way to stop maybe rewarding having an informal settlement or a shack by giving you a house? Because I believe that is the cause of all the informal settlements that we have. If people have been allocated a house, let it have a system of making sure that those people do not leave those houses and go and build other shacks, because that perpetuates the cycle. Thank you.
Sanibonani, okhulumayo nguvukile kaNovondo osuka e102. Sebekhulumile kakhulu zakwethu ngekhona ngeinkinga zaseKhonobia. So ukusho lokho ukuthi ngibemfushane mina ndingebe mude. Bengizocela ngempela ukuthi ukulekelela umama lophumayo la ukuthi uhulumeni mangabe eyifumene indawo yokuba akhela abantu kuyona, kube kukhona nomgaqo okufuna babajobe kuwona, makube khona noba indlela ethile yokuba abantu bangabikho engozini zemoto, ukwenza into ukuthi noma mhlambe li robot kodwa bangenza bona ngendlela. Toti desk kube khona ke lelo bridge balingakabikho ibridge, kodwa ibe khona into eyenza into ukuthi abantu bavikeleke, ngoba baninzi abantwana abaya esikolweni bachayizwa zimoto, baninzi abantu abaye emaklinika amaklinika ase Phoenix kodwa baphinde bachayizwa zimoto ngoba ku freeway lo of Everlem. So andiziba mude ndimfutshane ndiyabonga.
My name is Zvugile Novondo. I'm from Ward 102. Our colleagues have covered many of our thorny issues. Let me just pick on and emphasize on the recent speaker that talks to new developments, that whenever government is erecting a new development, that should be complemented with the corresponding road network that's connecting the new development with the existing infrastructure. We are losing and bearing many of our peoples, of our children crossing the highway from Konopia to Verelem going to school, and it's a busy highway there that they are crossing, and we keep burying our young ones because of that. I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I see the last batch? The last batch.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, bengicela ke izandla zokugcina.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, you'll be 6. Did I count you? No. Let's start again. Raise your hands again. Let me see.
Ngicela niphamise izandla futhi.
It's 1, the brother here, this side. 1, and then 2 behind you, Baba. Number 3, it's you. Number 4, it's Mama. Number 5, Umama. Number 6. This is the last batch. Siyavuma.
Laba bokugcina ke siyavumelana.
Three minutes rule.
Sinemzuzu ke emithathu umuntu emunye.
Bingelele.
Hear the voice means that some of you have removed your mask. If I can hear your voice means that, and other people who have listened to you when you're speaking, please let's listen to them.
Ngizwa ngamaphimbo enu uchaza ukuthi abanye benu sebewakhumulile ama-maski kanti futhi ke abanye abantu banilalelile nisakhuluma becela ukuthi nabo ke sibahloniphe sibalalele bandla.
Nibingelele kumalunga eParliament. Bingelele malunga omphakathi akhona ngokuhlukana kwamaward. Mhlambe ke asibonge kakhulu kumalunga ePortfolio Committee ngale bill. I-bill mhlambe umuntu uyayisupporta kakhulu. Kodwa umuntu akakakusho kumalunga eParliament ezobuyela eCape Town. Iloko ukuthi noma sikuthakaselela le bill le entsha kodwa siyafisa mhlawumbe ukuthi emphakathini yethu njengoba sizwa amalunga omphakathi aqhamuka kumawadi ehlukene o102 namanye amawadi sinenkinga ezindlini lezi ezakhiwe njengoba esho kuona even nakule engisuka kuyona eWard 53 eAmawuta sinenkinga kakhulu kulezi zindlu ngoba ufike mhlambe uthola ukuthi ziyavuza njengoba zivuza kube kukhona abantu kuthiwa o-inspector abazi lo msebenzi ngicabanga ukuthi abantu abawaziyo umsebenzi ukubuka ukuthi mhlambe kuphi la kuronge khona kodwa uthola ukuthi lezo zindlu ziyaqhubeka ziyakhiwa zihlala abantu uthola ukuthi umuntu unikezwa lendlu usuke emjondolweni wakhe obunogesi unamanzi amanzi ebewadonse illegal uma sefika ngala kule nindlu inenkinga yokunetha ifana nalo amjondolo asuka kuwona ufika kule ndlu ayinawo ugesi ayinawo amanzi isho ukuthi ke manje isithunzi somuntu kunokuthi mhlambe sibuyiswe sidamejeka mo okwesithathu umuntu akubona akunotisayo kulento mhlambe acabanga ukuthi kuzoba yikhambi kumalungu ePortfolio Committee kunale mhlambe le criteria okanye ngazi ngathi yini le district development model ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe uma kunga fast trackwa yona yenye yezinto engenza ukuthi mhlambe lento yokugqoza yokwakhiwa kwezindlu ingalekelela kakhulu emphakathini esiyakhela ngoba kunama project eminyaka esikhuluma ngawo 5 years no 7 years agcina mhlambe ukuimplementwa kwawo kudlula isabelo zimali saloyo nyaka kuphinde kudlule esinye kodwa hayi ukuthi mhlambe kugcina kuimplementeka leyo project leyo ebeyiphasiswe kuleyo financial year so lokho kwenza ukuthi mhlambe kugcine uhulumeni wethu lo osewuthembile wethu wabantu abamnyama kwenza ukuthi mhlambe sigcine sehlelwa uthando lawo nokuthi mhlambe ingabe uhulumeni wethu mhlambe uzosikhuphula isithunzi sethu njengabantu abamnyama noba mhlambe uzosehlisa yingakho sithi siyafisa siyacela siyaqhuqumezela kakhulu kuhulumeni wethu njengabantu bakithi nisilekelele kakhulu siyabonga
Greetings. The name of the speaker is Uchandu Xolo from Ward 53, Amawoti. I would like to thank the Portfolio Committee for coming to us with this bill. I support the bill. And whilst I appreciate the bill, I wish for communities like mine to be assisted with this whole issue of housing, because the issues that have been raised by other communities from other wards are also the issues that we are grappling with in my own ward. The houses that we have leak, and we don't know how inspectors approve these houses because these houses do not seem to be in a state that allows people to live comfortably in. Yet these houses are still continuing to be constructed, and the inspectors still approve them. And if inspectors could be involved earlier in the building process, maybe some of these problems could be alleviated. And then also with these houses, what I see happening is that people move from a shack where they were having illegal connections of water and electricity, and then they move into these houses only to find that they do not have that water or the electricity, which then creates a problem, because then they then want to revert back to, their old accommodation, which is a shack. And I think there might be a solution to some of these problems, and I would like to propose that we look at the district development model, because I think it can assist with the slow pace of housing delivery. And also with the slow pace of housing delivery comes an issue that relates to projects that you'll find that have been approved some years ago, and a number of financial years have passed without these projects being completed, which then results in our government losing its popularity or admiration amongst us as the electorate, and also lowers our self-esteem. And I would like to stop there. Thank you.
Umuntu akabingelele ubuholi ngaphambili obuqhamuke eParliament obuze kuthina njengabahlali base KZN. Cha umuntu ulibonga kakhulu leli thuba alithola namhlanje. Igama lami ngohlukanisa wakashange ngiqhamuka eWard 65 Kunisberg. So leli thuba leli ngiyacabanga ukuthi fanele sinqomo okunye kuhulumeni akwenzayo, kodwa fanele sikhalaze ngokunye okungakenzeki. Ngicabanga ukuthi le direction yalahleka since 94 siqala ukungena kulombuso wabantu bakithi abamnyama. So kukhona la ubuholi obathi mangabe sithatha umbuso sebeka sithi hayi abusihole, basihola kodwa kwakhona inselelo ababhekana nazo, bangabuya beza kuthini ukuthi khona inselelo ababhekana nazo. Ingakho ke sizohlala njalo sikhalaza nje ngoba ikhalo soyiphakamisa la. Inkinga esibhekene nayo ama development, le bill siyayisupport kakhulu eqhamuka eParliament, kodwa umuntu ufuna ukuveza lokho ukuthi cha asineme ngendlela esithithwa ngayo njengomphakathi, futhi sihlukaniswa sakhiwa izitha sibe sihlala ndawonye eSouth Africa, ngoba abaholi bethu abasakha izitha basitreat ngendlela efanayo. Bake basha bakhuluma la ngaphambili ukuthi indlela esithethwa ngayo asidli iphilisa elilodwa, kukhona abathethwa kanconywana, khona abathethwa ngenye indlela. So sinesicelo ke la sokuthi ngiyasikhuluma ngezinto ezihlukene, akwenye ihlanganise lezi zinto nibuyele nazo eCape Town ukuthi njengoba senikhona nizonimani buyele eCape Town nibuyele nayi. Le ama contractors ngiyaqala ukubona abantu abahlukumezeka ngaka mina ekuthiwa bawosomabhizinisi abancane kodwa bengathithwa ngendlela okuyiyo. So ngiyabaqala into abahlukumezeka ngalolu hlobo. So bahlukumezekile la bantu bafike batrainwe thiwa abanikezwe amakhono, bese benikiwe amakhono bese qhala Mr so and so umbuzo uthi uqhamukapi, athi ngisuke eGoli ngizokwakha la. So okunye lokho kukhathaza kakhulu athi women contract Makukhona omen contract bayikwelani ngani la abakhona bafundiselani ngani mabezogcina bengebona omen contract nabo ngelinye ilanga. So enye into eyenza imjondolo ikhule kakhulu ilento ukuthi maniphasisa lemthetho esowuphasisa manje mawuthi siyawuphasisa anilandeli follow up ukuthi le mali esuka ikhishwa ibudget ngoba phela kusokweyethu abakho kubentela mayihambi yokwakha isikole niyalandela yini ukuthi sikhona niloso sikole usonkontileka uyasakha niloso sikole lo ensoni appointed niyalandela yini lezi zinto ezu500 ziyakhiwa kumanje noma niyayihlalela nje eParliament nithi hayi nozwa ngendaba enye into loyo exakayo emphakathini okufanele silandeleni njengobuholi singaholela abantu ophathi sithi siyabahola ngoba basuke sibeke nje besithemba besihlonipha futhi ezinye izinto ekufanele siziqikelele musukukhipha ibudget yabakho kubentela uqeda ungayilandeli ukuthi yenzani into yokuqala loyo le direction ilahleke since 94 ayilahlekanga manje kodwa solo sikhalaza kodwa masingayilungisa ngapha simbi impande zawo kuqala and then bisiya correcteka ilungu ngoba kwayinina nobuholi seniphenduke na izitha nezitha nathi njengomphakathi ngoba sanithuma nangabuyi so ezinye izinto ayikhona lozo so kuphinde lapha yayiwade ngiqhamuka kuyona kunama project afikayo lapha aka implementeki akenzeki ngoba ifollow up ayikho abantu bahleli nje abanamagama emgaqo abana ikole ingane egibela itimela ishawa itimela mihla namalanga isikole asikho hamba 20 kilometers yesikoleni ugibela ibus imoto kamalume ukhokha 400 rand usebenza uhola imali kagrant so ugogo uhlala yedwa anamuntu ukhoyipha kule mali akhokhela imalume akho lutho ayikho iservice engathi khona yiloko esicabanga ukuthi ifanele mhlambe sikulandele enye into onika nabantu amatayitela yilonto esishoyo umuntu akabe nomnikazi ngiyabonga.
My name is Hlukanisa Shange. I'm from Ward 65, Queensburg. May I greet our leadership and for coming all the way from Cape Town to meet us and engage us here in KZN. This opportunity, I think, we must commend. We must commend our government on some of the good things they do and complain where not much or so much is not done yet. So, but in my analysis, I think we lost the track, we lost the game plan way back in 1994. Because firstly, we elect leadership. When leadership begins to encounter problems in their journey, they don't come back, refer to us and engage us. We fully support the bill, but we are not happy as a community. We're not happy as a people. As a matter of fact, our leadership and our government is the one separating us because they are treating us differently. You see, all the matters raised here should be taken back to Cape Town for rigorous engagement. I've never seen people so mistreated and abused like our emerging contractors. These people suffer a great deal. Firstly, we train them up. After they've received training, the next thing you hear that there is a main contractor coming all the way from another province like Johannesburg. And you begin to ask yourself, why did we train these ones? If we're gonna award main contracts to people coming from other places. Whenever budget is allocated for a development, I'm asking, does government ever follow up to check the success and measure the success of that project, or all they do, they just sit in Cape Town and spend our money, because this is our money as taxpayers. Since 1994, I maintain we lost the track as leadership. Our very own leadership have become our own enemies. Where I come from, we've got many block projects in our area. Our kids have to travel more than 20 kilometers going to school. There is no service delivery in my conclusion.
Sanibona ngibingelele. Igama lami nguZakhe Dludla, ngiqhamuka eClermont, ngiyibe ngiyi-chairperson ye-Claremont Land Owners Association. Ngizobingelela indlu yonke, ngibonge ikhulu zethu eqhamuka government, ngiphinde ngibonge nendlu yonke. Ngiyibona i-document le ekhuluma nge-protection bill ne-registration. Kodwa angizange ngithi go through yona ukuze ngiqede. La ngibona nje ikhuluma home builders nama about ama developers. But ngicabanga ukuthi uma kulapho umnikazi wendlu uyadingeka nayo ukuthi igama lakhe lingene lapho. So la nake kuthini sinabantu abaningi aba inherita imizi kubazali nakogogo abangakashintshi, abanye abakayishintshi imizi ukuthi ibuyele emagameni abo, abanye abayishintshanga imizi due to financial constraints, abanazo imali zabameli, abanye due to family disputes. Yes. So angazi lapho ukuthi uhulumeni uhlele kanjani. Ngizokubeka ukuthi umasipala waseThekwini bese qalile ukwenza uhlelo olunjalo lwamiswa yiCovid. Mhlambe uhulumeni lophe uqhamuka phezulu mhlambe angalekelela umasipala waseThekwini kulokho. Ngibuye ngize la kulezi ama-RDP houses. Kuloko kwama-RDP houses ngiyavuma impela uma bethi bancane. Ngiye ngaba seGoli ngenza ngi-site manager eBoypatongi sakha ama-RDP houses. Besakha ama-RDP houses amakhulu kunalawo engiwabona la eKZN. Engathi mangibuza ngiseGoli ngibuza komunye ula eThekwini ukuthi yindaba ama-square meters angalingana waseGoli nalana na. Wangitshela ukuthi eGoli phela ku-flat bakwazi ukwakha izindlu ezinkulu. La KwaZulu Natal kuyehliwa kuyakhushukwa imali eningi ingena phansi ku-infrastructure, yabo. Washo kanjalo. Kodwa ngathola ukuthi emva kolokho ngathola ukuthi no, uma indawo ibheda ugovernment unayo imali ayikhiphayo yalowo province enendawo ebhedayo okuthiwa i-geotech claim. ewu-15%. Right. Kusekhona lapho kuma-RDP houses sithola ukuthi ugovernment wacabanga kuphela i-shelter above one's head. Yebo. Wangacabanga ukuthi izindlu goes with many amenities, schools, clinics, playing grounds, shops. Yes. Azikho zonke lezi zinto. Yebo. Akukho ngisho ama-fire hydrants phakathi kwemizi. Uma kusha laba cisha imlilo siyababiza bafike bame nabo babukele bathi ibi-fire hydrant ayikho, bagcine nabo sebema nathi bebukela. Yes. Kusha kuze kuphele. Yes. Khona lapho futhi ngisakhuluma ngawo lezi zinto lama-RDP houses. Khona emaLukhuzeni ngizohamba noThula Ngcongo okwabeka ukuthi bona ababhekelelwe, ngiyamvumela. Khona amaLukhuzi imndeni othola ukuthi nomuntu okhubazekile ohamba nge-wheelchair. Labo bantu abahamba ngama-wheelchair e-toilet i-wheelchair yakhe le ayilingani ne-toilet seat. Kodwa akhona inkampani ezenza ama-toilet seats alinganayo ne-wheelchair yalapho. Ngiyakwazi khona lokho ngiye ngabathola ngasenza e-Vryheid. Sawathola ama-wheelchair alingane lento ukuze mesuka ku-wheelchair yakhe angayi phansi aqondane i-wheelchair yakhe i-straight ikwi-level eyodwa ne-toilet seat. Bese ngiza futhi lokuzeni.
Siyabonga. U3 minutes wakho uphelile. So hamba uyobhalisa lapho baba.
Greetings. My name is Zake Dludla from Ward 21 in Claremont. I'm also the chairperson of the Claremont Landowners Association. I would like to pass my greetings to the leadership and the House at large. I see the bill talks about builders and developers, but I believe that homeowners should also be included because we have a lot of houses that are inherited by generations of the original owners of the houses, but they still do not have title deeds, and there's a huge backlog of these, and thus these people will then not be covered by the bill because they are not classified as homeowners without title deeds. And also, I've seen other programs being put in place to fast track this by the eThekwini government, and unfortunately this process was halted by COVID-19, and I would like to urge that national government can also encourage for this program to resume, because I believe it could help in this regard. And then I've also worked as a site manager in a RDP housing project in Gauteng, where I observed that the measurements in terms of square meters were higher in Gauteng than in KZN. And upon inquiry, I was told that the reason for that is because the province itself is naturally flat as compared to KZN, and thus it becomes a problem for construction work to be done in KZN, and hence the measurements are not the same. However, I do have information that there is a certain percentage that the government can contribute towards alleviating this problem or assisting with this problem without having to resort to diminishing or decreasing the measurements or the square meters. Also, I believe when government was building RDP houses, they only considered shelter and ignored all other amenities that come with housing, things like roads, schools, etc. In fact, the situation is so dire such that even between houses there are no fire hydrants. So in an event of a fire, you call the fire department, sometimes they don't come, and if they do come, you'll find that there's no fire hydrant, and therefore they cannot be able to extinguish the fire using water. Also, I would like to support Mr. Tulani Ngongo's submission in terms of disabled people, because you also find houses that are built where there's a wheelchair-bound person who, you find that there are houses where there's a wheelchair-bound person in the house, but the toilet seats and the wheelchair are not at the same level, and this creates a problem. And I know that there are manufacturers who manufacture these types of seats, which then are also, which normally will sit flush with the wheelchair. If this can be taken care of as a matter of urgency, I will really be happy. And I think, Chair, the speaker got cut before they could finish. Thank you.
Ngibingelele kwabaseParliament nendlu yonke iphelele. Igama lami nguMakhosazana ngwakwaNtshingile Sibongo, ngisuka eWard 102 eKhonopia. Ngizosekela umthethosisekelo lo obekiwe. Siyawusekela kakhulu, kodwa ke siusekela singaqedi. Engizokusho manje, sangeniswa eKhonopia, siyabantu ekuthiwa sibuziwe ukuthi siyasebenza noma sisebenzi. Saphendula ukuthi abanye bethu abasebenza, abanye bayasebenza. Kwathiwa sizonikwa umkhaso. Mase sifikile eKhonopia, kunento eyangixaka ukuthi kunomkhaso ekuthiwa sonikwa. Uthenge kaphela ngisho 2 weeks. Kwazothiwa sazofikelwa amabhili amanzi. I think umuntu eyedwa wayefikelwa 800, 8000 imali enkulu nje zamabhili amanzi. Kuze kwayinyanga zalandelana zawo 3. Kuthe kwesithathu ngasukuma ke mina ngahamba ngaya kwasizakala. Ngiyobuza ukuthi kanjani ukuthi sithole lamabhili angaka kube kuthiwa sinikwe umkhaso. Indlela engaphendulwa ngayo kwathiwa hayi sisi le bhili
kucharge amanzi abantu abebakha umxhaso. Ngadideka ukuthi kanjani because kuthiwa umxhaso kusho ukuthi sengikhokha ibond phela mina. Ngakho ke kwangimangaza lokho. Kodwa kugcina kwahamba kwagcina sebechecka kwi system. Iyehla yagcina isithi fune ngikhokha 103 rand. Ngathi ayisiyabonga ke. Kubudlule lapho. Ngizocela ukusho futhi ukuthi kunenkinga eConopia. Sikifakiwe eConopia kodwa ku main road awekho ama street lights. Ngiyabasekela awozakwethu abathi ubandlululo olukhulu la eSouth Africa lukhulu kakhulu. Ngoba ukube bekwabelungu laba babefakwa kule eConopia ngabe bathi bengena ngisho ama street lights ayisekhona. Kodwa thina ungena nje uqala ungena eConopia awekho ama street lights uziyoshona ngali. Ngisho nani nje bo baba no sisi lapho phezulu if kuthiwa nithi niya eConopia nifike ebusuku angicabangi ukuthi ngavele nijike endleleni ngeke nikwazi nokuqhubeka because ubugebengu indlela esebudlange ngayo eConopia through ubamnyama kwaseConopia abisathandiki. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Makosazane Nchingila. I'm from Ward 102, Econopia. Greetings to the members of parliament present today. I do support the proposed bill with reservations. We were placed in Econopia after having been asked whether are we working or we're not working, of which some are working and some are not. But during the first 2-3 months of our stay in Econopia, we started getting water bill, of which mine was around 800, 900, even to 1,000. And then I took them some initiative. I went to the Sizakala Center and I asked that how come we're getting this bill now after having declared that I'm not working? Where am I supposed to have the money to start servicing this bill? I was then carefully explained to by Sizakala staff that that bill was for the people, that cost was for the people that built the house. With further investigation, I'm glad to report that they managed to reduce those bills to something like 103 rand that I managed to pay. But if some of you can live here and drive by Econopia in the after hours, you would see that Econopia, there is no street lights. The place is so dark, and it has actually become a hub that's breeding criminals because of that. Thank you.
Sanmonan ngibingelele ama members eParliament phinde ngibingelele bonke esinabo la endlini. I-cry out yami ila ekutheni ukuthi uhulumeni wethu uyazama kakhulu nje bese akhela izindlu. Ngiyayisupport le bill kodwa noma kukhona here and there khona ubunye noma ngifike late nami ngicela uxolisa lapho ubunye nginga-understandanga, but i-cry out yami ila ekutheni ukuthi uma ngase kuthiwa kuthatha o-contractor ba-right, the reason why I'm saying this, nabo contractor banemthelela ukuthi izindlu ziwe zikrekheke ngoba ufika akhe mase akhile ajaha imali phambili ukuthi ahole akhokhelwe i-department. At the same time nabo inspector futhi nabanemthelela ngoba inspector kanjani indlu uthola ukuthi isicapha uthi umuntu uyabheka iframe yendlu itshekile la eNanda nje angibeke kanjani ngise Ward 55 kunezindlu eziqalwa phansi ayo2 room sekwakhiwa o4 room. Nami ngangabo contractor ngathi mengibheka ngithatha iwalk ngivakashela omunye uzakwethu uyakhelwa ngithi mengithi ngiyabuka sengibuka u4 room lwakhe owakhiwayo ngiyamtshela ngithi hayibo obala babakhalani uyasho leyo contract sengithi mina kulabakhe niyasibona yini iframe ukuthi itshekile uthi lo munye ayayitshela ngithi itshekile le frame lendlu shuthi ifana ibhidlizo iqalwe phansi ngoba yini akekho esimeni sokuthi lo muntu angahlala kulendlu. So nalokho ke ngiyacela kakhulu ukuthi lama contractors uthola ukuthi umuntu athi ngi main contract ngoba yini ufuna ukwakha message yakhe imali enze into zakhe nje mase fika inspect useyakhokhela ngoba phela nabo bayakhokhela ukuze iphase indlu lokho nje fanele sikubeke nje ubani ubona abantu baneyinkinga kanje yilama contractors ukuthi baya trainwa angeke sikublame ukuthi utrain inkinga yabo ukuthi bajaha imali babaleke bangabahokheli futhi nabantu abakakhayo ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the portfolio committee and the house. My name is Mini Zuma from Ward 55 Enanda. I support the bill. I believe government is trying to meet its responsibility of providing housing. However, I think to help with this, to help alleviate these problems that emanate from these projects, there should be a system where the right contractors are actually allocated the construction work for these houses. Because I believe the problem emanates from contractors who are not qualified or who are not suited to doing this type of work, being given these jobs. And also, I believe inspectors need to be also held accountable because they also contribute towards the approval of these houses which have deformities. I'm also a contractor and have been a witness of shoddy work being done in my presence when I was visiting another colleague in another area where construction was taking place. And I did alert the builders that there was a problem with the frame because they were not even aware because I don't think they were well trained. But it just goes to show that if you don't have people who are well trained to do the work, then you're going to have problems. And also I need to also indicate that even the inspectors, they get paid to approve these houses which are not in good condition. And I think we need to also curb that because that is what also is exacerbating the problem. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguLungelo wakashangase ngihlala eKhonopa Ward 102. Cela ukuthatha lethuba ngibonge ukuba khona kwezithunywa zaseParliament. Mina ngabe ngigodukile ngaye emakhaya kodwa ngithe mengizwe ukuthi igama lokuthi iParliament ngathi hayi ngiyayikhansela uhambo kumele ngiye lapha. Mina eKhonopa ngihlala eduze komgwaqo la kushayiswa khona izingane zonke insuku. Lapha eKhonopa kusasa nje kwakumsombuluko kuzobe kunengane ezobilele phansi ezobishayiswa imoto. Isonto nesonto eKhonopa kunezingane ezu2 ezishayiswa imoto. Futhi akushayiswa izingane zaseprimary. Lihloniphe kakhulu izinkukhu lezi ezincane. Abantu abashayiswa imoto lapha ilaba abafunda eHigh school. eKhonopa asinalo ikhansela lapha eKhonopa. Ukuprova lokho ukuthi asinalo ikhansela lapha eKhonopa mengimele ngabe kwakhiwe iHigh school ngoba ikhona iprimary ekhona. Kodwa kwakhiwe iprimary esikhundleni sokuthi kwakhiwe shothi sekuzoba khona ama primary awu2. And okunye imoto lapha eKhonopa zingena ebusuku nemini awekho ama-humps eKhonopa. Mina phambi kwasendlini ngaze ngazama ukuthi ngizakhele ama-humps. Sicela ukuthi le ndaba le ye-bridge kube khona indlela ingasiza ngayo ngoba kade iqala ekhunywa sithi 2016 ihlezi khona indaba ye-bridge sesikhathele futhi manje indaba yokukhuluma le bridge leli khulunya kodwa emva lokho ungabi khona into eyenzalayo qhubeka abantu bashayiswa imoto and especially kusuke kuphoqa ukuthi ingane ziwele ku freeway kusuke kuphoqa ukuthi abantu abadala bawele ku freeway baye emaclinic zezikoleni. Okunye eKhonopa asazi ukuthi iyona yipi police station esiqondene nayo lapha eKhonopa. Zonke indawo zinama police station, Verela mune police station, uPhoenix uMlazi kunama police station. eKhonopa ayikho police station. Igebengu ziyazenzele eKhonopa. Kudutshula abantu bengenzanga lutho beyihlalele eminyango beyiphuzele badutshula. Ngenxa ukuthi ayikho police station amaphoyisa awanandawo neKhonopa. Okunye ukuthi izinga lama drugs eKhonopa senyuke kakhulu. Ingane eKhonopa ziyafa ama drugs. Ngenxa ukuthi ayikho into esizoyenza akhoma ground akholutho
ingane zamantombazane zimitha zonke insuku and futhi azikho into ezingayenza ingane zamantombazane ngoba zibuya esikoleni zihlale ayikho enye into esizakala ngayo. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Lungelo Shangase. I'm from Ward 102. Greetings and thank you for delegates from Parliament that came to see us. I was supposed to be out of town, but I couldn't go home. I cancelled because I heard that Parliament was going to be here today. Well, I reside in Konobia, next to the notorious road, where every week at least 2 school-going children are killed by passing motorists every week without fail. There is no humps, speed humps in Konobia. Even next to my house, I've even erected my own, you know, just to ensure that there is some control of some measure of some sort in my street. The issue of the bridge, we don't even want to talk about it, because since 2016 we've been discussing the issue of a bridge without any success. We do not understand that. It's clear that we don't have a councillor in Konobia because we have no designated police station. Crime is escalating. We got a primary school, there is no secondary school, and we hear that there's another primary school that's going to be built. And why build 2 primary schools? Where is the feed of these primary schools going to go when children passes grades 7s and so on? There is no recreational centers in Konobia. Drugs amongst young people and substance abuse is without control. We've got teenage pregnancy. You can't even blame them because they have nothing else to do except to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the inputs.
Sibonge kakhulu izethulo zenu.
We have noted all your issues.
Yonke imidadi yenu siyishicilelile.
And we will, as a committee, table these issues as part of our program.
Njenge committee sizoyithatha yonke soyicubungula eParliament.
And as we deliberate on the bill, we will consider even the issues that you have raised.
Uma siyithamunda sinqumunga sizoqaphela konke nikushiya.
But there are certain things that we need to clarify.
Kunezinto ezimbalwa esifisa ukuyicacisa.
Or respond.
Noma siphendule.
We are having the legal team.
Sine timba la lezomthetho.
Who's coming from the Department of Human Settlement.
Abavela lapha kumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
So he will speak, clarify certain things that have been raised on the bill.
Uzokhuluma acacise izinto ezimbalwa enizishilo kulo mthetho sivivinyo.
And there is he's with the NHBRC.
Uhambisana nethimba lakwa NHBRC.
The council that will be giving them powers to regulate the building environment in the country.
Umkhandle sinikeza amandla namagunya okubusa phezu kwezakhiwo nokwakha eMzansi.
NABO will give them the opportunity just to clarify certain issues that have been raised.
Manje sobanikeza ithuba ukuthi bacacise izinto ezimbalwa enizethulile.
The majority of the people who are here come from Colombia.
Iningi labantu lila siyabona liqhamuka lapha eKonobia.
And Colombia is one of the areas that has been affected by the floods.
Futhi Konopia yenye yezindawo ekhahlamezwe yikhukhula lezade zikhona.
The president has established the interministerial team
Umengameli usekhe iqembu longqongqoshe abahlangahlangene
to visit the KZN, Eastern Cape and Northwest where they have been affected by the floods.
ukuthi bahambele KZN Eastern Cape nase Northwest la abahlukunyezwe yikhukhula.
And they are led by the Department of Local Government and Traditional Affairs.
Baholwa umnyango wahulumeni wasemakhaya nezobukhosi.
And the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa
Neparlamente ke lalana eMzansi neAfrika
has established the multi-party committee, ad hoc committee, sorry,
seliphindela hlela iad hoc committee ehlanganisa ubuholi noma amalungu avele emaqembini ahlukahlukene.
The ad hoc committee will be monitoring the intervention that is made by government.
Iad hoc committee yona izobe ihlola ukuthi ukungenelela kahulumeni kuhamba kufikephi.
As the Committee of Human Settlement,
Thina ke njengekomiti elibhekelela ukuhlaliseka kwabantu
we are working with the ad hoc committee.
sizobe sisebenzisana nayo le ad hoc committee.
So we would not go into the detail because the ad hoc committee is coming in some few weeks to come and have the public hearing with those people who have been affected by the floods.
Asikuze ke ukugamanxa sesidlulele ngoba iad hoc committee iyeza izovakashela lemphakathi ekhahlamezwe yikhukhula izoxhumana nani qobo busonobuso.
So when you met with them, don't say we've met with the Human Settlement Committee, we've told them about our problems, now you are coming back, you want us to give your problems.
Ngakho masenihlangana nabo anibatshela ukuthi ade sihlangane nabanye bakwa human settlements sabatshela ukuthi nina anisiphenduli nifuna futhi ukuzozwa inkinga zethu batsheleni izinkinga zenu kabusha ngoba anikaze nihlangane nabo.
Yeah, so I'm clarifying that so that when you are being called that there is an ad hoc committee from Parliament for dealing with the floods, you must go in your numbers and give them your problems.
Ngicacisela lokho ukuthi uma seyifika ad hoc committee ezokhuluma ngezikhukhula niphume ngobuningi nicacise ngobala kukhanye ba inkinga enibhekene nazo.
And the ad hoc committee will be calling all the ministers that the president have established to account what is it that they are doing with those people who have been affected by the floods.
Ad hoc committee zobabiza bonke ongqongqoshe njengokukhonjwa umengameli ukuthi benzani ukutakulula nokusiza kuletha isixazululo kulabantu abakhahlamezwe zikhukhula.
They were here actually, the ad hoc committee last week. Is it last week? Yes.
Ade befikile la evikini ledlule manginazisa.
Their first meeting, they came here in KZN.
Umhlangano wabo oqala la eKZN Kwa-Zulu Natal bu last week.
And they'll be coming back again to have their public hearings, calling the department, making them to account what is it that they are doing in resolving those issues that are
Bayabuya
affected.
bazokhuluma nomphakathi babiza iminyango babuza ukuthi ukulandelela ukuthi benzani ukuxazulula lemeko.
And the good part of it is that the Auditor General too would be following the department to say what is it that is doing with the people that have been affected by the floods, monitoring the money that government will be deploying to deal with the floods.
Nokumnandi ukuthi umcwaningi mabhuku uzobelandelela ukuthi zonke imali ezikhishiwe izobe isebenze kanjani zizohamba zize zigcine iphi.
So That is all the areas that have been affected by the floods.
zonke indawo lezi ezithintwe yikhukhula
There is a disaster that has been declared in KZN.
kune kunenhlekelele, thank you, kunenhlekelele esishiwo kwathiwa ikhona la KwaZulu Natal
And Eastern Cape and Northwest.
kanjalo nase Eastern Cape nase Northwest.
And therefore, after declaration, then they will release the budget to go and intervene in those areas.
Uma nje sekuthiwe kunenhlekelele kuba khona nesabelo semali esiphumayo ekufanele siyosiza lapho ngokusheshsha.
And the parliament has established the committee to go and see that funds, whether is being utilized to resolve those problems.
Iparlamente laphinde lakhomba ikomiti efanele lobheka ukuthi imali ngempela zifikile na zabasiza ngempela abantu.
And then there is the issue of the blocked project.
Kunodaba futhi lezindlu ezaqala kodwa zangaqedwa zazama maphakathi.
The minister had come and present to us as committee
Ungqongqoshe besekhulumile ke kithi njengekomiti la kwa human settlement
that they are going to unblock those blocked projects.
basho bathi lezindlu ezazingaqedelanga ezashiywa phakathi zizoqedelwa.
Starting from this financial year,
Bathi kuqala kulonyaka wesabelo zimali
and the program is 3 years program.
lolo hlelo lokuqedelela lezindlu iminyaka emithathu kuphela.
Because there are many in the
Ngoba
country.
ziningi izindlu ezinjalo kwizwe lonke.
It's not KZN alone.
Akukho la KZN kuphela.
So as the committee, we would follow up on what the department has promised to do with those houses.
Nathi njengekomiti zokulandelela okulandelela ukuthi umnyango utheni uthembiseni mayelana nalezo zindlu.
And there is the issue of informal settlement, people running to informal settlement so that they can be prioritized on the list.
Kunalolu daba futhi labantu abakha izindawo engahlelelwe noma esithi imkhukhu ukuze babe wo number 1 laphayana emalistini ukuthi bathole izindlu.
That is a problem that is affecting the entire country, and we need support of the communities and the municipality in particular. Unfortunately, eThekwini is not here because they must make sure that the people who are occupying land illegally, they need to be removed with immediate effect.
Inkinga esibhekene nayo leyo ke izwe lonke kuyisho neshobolo ukuthi umasipala weTheku awukho la ngani ngoba kufanele ngabe nabo bathatha inqaqaba bazoyibeka eqhulwini ukuthi abantu abayengena endaweni bengavumelekile kufanele basuswe ngokukhulu kusheshsha.
Because when they get affected, they take the money that's supposed to go to other development. We must go and assist them.
Ngani ngoba la abantu mase bekhahlanyezwa noma zikhukhula noma bevelelwa inkingi kufanele kuthathwe imali engabe yosiza kwenye indawo kufanele yosiza laba abayengenela ngokuthanda.
So we as the committee would work with will make the eThekwini municipalities and other municipalities to make sure that they deal with the issue of informal settlement as soon as possible.
Thina ke njengekomiti zoqinisa ukuthi omasipala abafana noThekwini municipality siyabasiza ukuthi baqinisa baqondana ngqo nale inkinga zalabo bantu abavele bakhe imkhukhu noma yikuphi noma yinini ngokuthanda.
And of course, where there is informal settlement, you'd have challenges of crime, because people who are even stay there, they are overcrowded, there is nothing. And we are expected to give them water. That's why the department has got a program in those informal settlements, at least to give those people water, toilets, and those nandan. And if you look at, as you were saying, these people, then they derail the program because now the money must be taken to go and address their problems.
Njoba tenisho nani uma kunabantu abahleli ngongekho umthetho kuba neyinkinga eziningi. Shoda kwamanzi kufanele sibalethele amanzi nenkinga yobugebengu obuxakile so benza ukuthi intuthuko ekufanele iye ebantwini igcina ibambezeleka ngani ngoba inkinga zakhona lapha zixakile kufanele kubuye kubhekwe bona ukutakulwa bona ngokusheshsha.
The issue of contractors who are leaving the work or they are paying inspectors that they must approve houses.
No sonkontileka bashiya umsebenzi bangawuqedile noma bakhokhele o inspector ukuthi baphasise imisebenzi ekufanele ngabe iyaphasa.
So I think NHBRC will speak to that as they come to deal with that. Why we are saying the bill is trying to regulate all the builders in the country, register them, train them so that they when they are given job, they should do a good job. Or yeah.
Ngicabanga NHBRC uzosiza lapho ucacisa lapho kanoba sikhuluma umuntu osonkontileka bethu mabaqeqeshwe baphinde barejistwe ukuze uma sebesebenza bazokwenza umsebenzi osezingeni nowamukelekile.
There is an issue of land allocation. We cannot agree with you, Baba, more. I think we'll continue to raise it with the department on availing land for people to build houses for themselves.
Kuno daba lokufunyana komhlaba ngeke sivumelane angeke mhlambe sikuphikise ngani ngoba uyihlaba esikhonkosini ukuthi umhlaba uyadingakala ukuze uhulumeni uzokwakha izindlu eziningi.
The prioritization of the list, department has told us that in their, starting from this financial year, people who are supposed to be prioritized on the beneficiary list are 1, elderly people, 2, people with disability, and child-headed families.
Uhulumeni usitshelile ukuthi ke uhla abantu abazoba soqhulweni ohlelweni lokuthola izindlu kusukela kulonyaka wezezimali sabelezimali manje kuyaphambili kuzobhekelelwa abantu abadala oqala abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka kwesibili okwesithathu ingane engasenabani sezasala dengwane zashiwa abazali ubaba nomama yibo labo bazoqala babe sohlelweni lokuthi banikezwe izindlu kuqala.
And the minister has indicated that he has noted the issue of people who are being removed on the list as beneficiaries, replaced ama friends, ama chomi, and njalo njalo.
Ungqongqoshe useshilo futhi wacacisa ukuthi bayazi ukuthi kunabantu abaphinde bakhishwe emalistini noma amagama abo aphinda aduke lapha emalistini egcina kungene amagama bangani.
So minister, it's coming with the program to digitization of the list. Means that when you register a house, whether in the local municipality, it will automatically reflect at national level. Therefore, there will not be anybody who's tampering with the list.
Uthi kungqongqoshe uzokhuphula izinga lobuchwepheshe nomunyoninco nobuxhakaxhaka baba computer.
And then there is an issue that
ukuthi igama uma lingenile la kumasipala lingacimeki kodwa livele naseParliament livele yonke indawo ukuze ungaphindi ucimeke uma usubhalisiwe.
So the other issue that was raised by traditional leader here was that the bill doesn't actually cover for the House of Traditional Leadership to deal with the bill.
Okunye bekuvezwe umunye ubuholi bendabuko khona la ukuthi umthetho sivivinyelo awubanikeza igunya noma indawo abuholi bendabuko ukuthi nabo babe nendawo yabo ehloniphekile kulomthetho sivivinyo.
The system that is used on the on dealing with the bills
System uhlelo olusetshenziswayo olusebenza ukusebenza nalemthetho sivivinyo.
it determined that this bill is section 75, which does not affect provinces and local municipalities.
Le bill iveza ukuthi laulo section 75 ongaphazamisi lapha izifundazwe kanye nomasipala.
And then you'll have the bill that affect municipalities and provinces, which are called section 76 bill.
Kuba khona amabhili athinta izifundazwe nomasipala la kuthiwa aphethe section 76.
And you'd have the bill that deals with tradition and culture, which affect traditional leaders, which must go to the traditional leaders' house.
Ibill ethinta abuholi bendabuko iqala iye kuindlu ebhekene ubuholi bendabuko kuqala.
So this bill, the legal team, it says it doesn't deal with the tradition and cultural matters, therefore it doesn't have to go to the house.
Lemthetho sivivinyo ke ngamanye amagama alula ayiphazamisi ekubusa nokuphatha nokwengamela kwamakhosi ingakho ingaqalanga endlini yabo kuqala noma kumnyango wabo kuqala.
But it doesn't mean that the traditional leaders, they are not supposed to make their views on the bill.
Akusho ke kodwa lokho ukuthi ubuholi bendabuko abuvumelekile ukuthi busho imbono yabo kulomthetho sivivinyo.
And we are pleased that you are part of us, you are making your input with your people.
Kuyasithokozisa ukuthi uyingxenye yethu nawe ufaka imbono kanye nabantu bakho.
And there is the issue of the sort of proposal that some of the problems that have been raised here should be addressed through the DDM model, which is district development model.
Bakhona bebephakamisa ukuthi ezinye izinto ezila kufanele ngabe zikhulunywa lapha ya ezingeni lesifunda.
We can't agree more because in district development model, like issues that you are raising in Colombia, that there is no robots, there is no bridge. If all government were working together, everybody would have bring the services to Colombia so that simultaneously we deal with the housing, roads, schools and other things that are needed by the communities.
Njengalezi ndathi nizisho ukuthi ziyadingakala ekhonophe emgwaqo amaroboti ikola amakliniki kufanele ngabe iminyango yonke iyasebenza ngokubambisana ngabe zonke lezi zinto umphakathi oyidingayo zikhona ngaso leso sikhathi.
That is why the bill itself, it talks about the inspectors of national and provinces and local municipality to work together when we are building environment, is trying to address those issues.
Yingakho ke le bill ithi ama inspector kamasipala we province nawazwelonke awasebenzisane ndawonye ukusiza ukuthi singaphinde sibe nezingxaki ezifana nalezi enishoyo.
Those are the issues that I thought we must clarify, but I'm going to allow the department to talk to the issues that are raised by the bill.
Lezo izinto ebengithi angicacise kodwa sengizonikeza ke ithimba labameli bethu ukuthi nabathu kunicacisela ngokufishane.
Is Mr. Ngwenya is a legal person from the Department of Human Settlement.
Umnumzana uNgwenya lo omunye wabasilulekayo ngokwezomthetho kumnyango.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members and the public at large.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ke sihlalo namalungu ekomiti nomphakathi.
Chair, there are very important issues that have been raised by the community.
Kuneyindaba ke eziningi ebalekile eziphakanyiswe umphakathi.
I think, Chair, the central cry is the issue that relating to the period of 5 years of the warranty.
Umongo ke weyikhalo lolu daba ke lwe warranty noma isiqinisekiso esiminyaka emihlanu.
There are different suggestions, Chair. Others are saying it must be for 20 years. Others are saying that it must be, a lifetime, cover.
Kunembono ehlukahlukene ke abanye bathi hayi kumele kube iminyaka engamashumi amabili abanye bathi cha funeka umuntu kube nje impilo yakhe yonke umuntu.
Chair, as drafters of legislation, we have reasons why we want 5 years and 2 years and for the roof leak and structural defect. But however, we look at those particular issues in terms of what will be the general, acceptable period of which we have to deal with the warranty cover.
Nathi ke njengomnyango kunezathu ezenza ukuthi yini sithi iminyaka emihlanu noma iminyaka emithathu uma sikhuma ngophahla njalo njalo. Kodwa ke nje wasishilo nje ukuthi siyakuzwa ukushiwo kodwa ke sisazokubheka ukuthi ngabe yikuphi ungasebenzeka kalula mayelana nalolu daba.
The other important issue that was raised, Chair, which has been repeatedly been raised, is the issue that relating to clause 14, which deals with consumer education and awareness.
Kanti kolunye udaba yilo oluthinta ke isigaba 14 olukhuluma ke ngokufundiswa ke kwalabo abangabathengi kanye nokuqwashiswa kwabo noma ukufundiswa kwabo ngezinto efuneka abazazi.
I think, Chair, we need to revisit that particular provision so that we can provide an obligation before the council on matters that they have to do, just to conduct, consumer awareness and consumer education frequently or quarterly actually to members of the public, for them to know about the importance of the warranty fund.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kuzofanele sibuyele kulesi sigaba ke siphinde futhi sigcizelele ukuthi umsebenzi womkhandlu kuzofanele ukuthi uthi impela ukuthuthukiswa ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baqeqeshe abantu noma kungaba izikhathi eziningana ukuze babe nokuqonda ukugcwele ngomthetho nokufanele kwenziwe.
And the last point, Chair, that was raised as well is the importance of training of small contractors, for them to be able to work and also to get direct contract as opposed to them, being doing the subcontracting.
Elinye iphuzu ke sengiphetha yileli olithinta osonkontileka abancane ukuthi kuzofanele baqeqeshwe baze bafike ezingeni laba kube yibona osonkontileka abokuqala noma lokho athi aba main contractors kunokuthi bahlale nje beyosonkontileka abasebenza ngaphansi kwalabo abakhulu.
The last point, Chair, is that the bill also addresses the issue that relating to the conduct, of the inspectors. And what we're going to do, Chair, I think the issue that relating to the conduct of the inspectors, that in some of the inspectors, they don't actually carry their responsibility correctly, they collude with the contractors. We are going to deal with it precisely and decisively, Chair, on the regulations.
Kanti ke elinye udaba sengiphetha ukugcina ilolu ke laba bahlola ukwakhiwa kwezindlu lokuthiwa ama inspectors silizwile lolu daba sihlalo kanti ke njengomnyango lolu daba ke sizolithathela inyathelo ngoba sitholile ukuthi kunabahloli noma ama inspectors ahlanganyela kanye nabakhi bezindlu ukuze benze umsebenzi ongekho ezingeni elifanele ngakho soyithathela inyathelo ezinqala nabatholakala besephutheni bazokhoma umuzo notshwala.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Good afternoon, members of the community. My name is Gary Alkus. I'm from the NHBRC. We are working closely with the National Department of Human Settlements on the bill and addressing issues within the bill. As Kwesi has already covered the issue of inspectors, but I just want to add another aspect of the inspectors. What we are also looking at is the professionalization of inspectors, and not just the inspectors within one sector, but as Chair mentioned, inspectors across the entire sector. That's both human settlements, municipalities, and ourselves as the NHBRC. We need to make sure that we get that right and to make sure that everyone is on the same path so that we can address issues of quality and also address issues of collusion and stuff like that as well. In addition to
if I may, sorry, I didn't get your name. I didn't get your name, sir.
Gary Alkus.
Okay, igama lami Gary Alkus. Ngiphuma kwi NHBRC okumkhandlu ke obhekelele noma olawula ukubhaliswa kwabakhi bezindlu. Udaba ke lwabahloli noma ke lama inspectors selikhulunywe kakhulu kodwa ke ngicabanga ukuthi sisazoliqhubha ngoba njengomkhandlu sesihlela ukuthi sizokwenza ukuthi ngaphandle ukuthi sibaqeqeshe ukuthi bawenze umsebenzi wabo ngendlela efanele kodwa sicabanga ukuthi sizofanele ukuthi sibaqeqeshe ukuthi bakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wabo ngendlela ezokhombisa ukuthi bawufundele futhi bawufanele ukuthi bawenze umsebenzi lo abathi professionalism ukuze sigweme inkinga eziningi ezivelayo eziphathelene nokuziphatha kwabo noma indlela abaziphatha ngayo uma benza umsebenzi wabo lokho kuthiwa i-conduct.
In addition to the bill itself, we also have regulations that support the bill. Those regulations are also going to be looked at and re-evaluated and to make sure that they are in line with whatever the bill speaks to.
Okunye ke esikutholile ukuthi kukhona ezinye izigaba ezikhona ezikhuluma ngokulawulwa kwemboni sisazophinde sizibhekisise ukuze sibone ukuthi ke nomthetho osivivinywa uyahambelana naloko okuphakanyisiwe futhi okuthinta imboni ezokwakha.
Just a note, Chair, I was actually quite disappointed that we didn't have any councillors or members from the municipalities present today, because I think they would have also been able to assist in addressing a lot of the issues that were raised by the community at large.
Okunye ke sihlalo kumphathe kabi ukuqaphela ukuthi bengekho umuntu obuya emkhandlini noma amakhansela ngoba ngicabanga ukuthi abezolekelela kakhulu endabeni ebekade ziphakanyiswa ngamalungu omphakathi.
And lastly, Chair, your requests have been noted by ourselves and we will make sure that we address those requests. Thank you.
Okugcina ke sihlalo ke naloko kade ucela ukuthi sikwenze njengomkhandlu sibhalile phansi
Ratification program. Their ratification program.
Sorry, Chair. There's just one other issue that was mentioned, and that's the rectification program. I do apologize that there's no one from Human Settlements or the city here to speak on that. But there is a rectification program that is ongoing and has already been embarked upon. So a lot of the issues that have been raised need to actually be channeled through those councillors, wherever there are councillors, and through those municipalities, so that they can actually address some of those issues that have been raised regarding rectification. There is a rectification program, and government has been tasked to address issues around that rectification program. Thank
Kanti
you.
ke umayelana nohlelo ke lokulungiswa kwezinkinga ezikhona ezindlini esezakhiwe lokuthiwa i-rectification program lukhona lolu hlelo seliqale ukusebenza kwezinye indawo kanti futhi ke lulawulwa kakhulu noma lisingethwe amakhansela noma ubuholi noma umasipala bakulezo zindawo lezo kodwa ke sizoqala ke siqinisekise ukuthi
Ratification program we're referring to those houses that were built and found as you stay in those houses there are structural defects, roof are leaking, njalo njalo.
shuthi usihlalo bechaza ukuthi uhlelo lelo rectification program uhlelo lokulungisa izinkinga ezikhona ezindlini lezi bekade sezakhiwe senihlala kuzo ungathola ukuthi kuvuza uphahla amanzi angena endongeni njalo njalo.
Those houses that have built by government.
Lezo zindlu ezakhiwe uhulumeni.
So the municipality, the provincial department and NHBRC, they are working together in rectifying those houses.
Ngakho ke umasipala umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu kanye ne-NHBRC basebenza ngokuhlanganyela ukuze kulungiswe lezo zindlu.
Therefore, we have noted all the issues here.
Ngakho ke sizibhale phansi zonke ke izinto eniziphakamisile eziphathelene nalokhu la.
Whether ma-councillor akhona or akekho,
Whether councillors are present or not,
we are going to table it as part of our workshop, or as a part of our program as a committee.
sizophinde silidingide lo daba njengezinye zeyindaba esizidingidayo njengekomiti.
We'll call the municipality to Cape Town
Sizobiza umasipala eKapa
to come and answer for the questions that we have raised here.
ukuze bazophendula ngemibuzo eniyibuzile.
So and it's important that you should look at 408. This is a channel of parliament.
Kubalekile ukuthi nibuke i-channel u408 ngoba iyona channel yakumabona kude yeParliament.
Parliament called department frequently to come and account on these issues.
Ngoba iParliament leyabiza ke iminyango ehlukahlukene ukuthi ize la izobika iphendula imibuzo mayelana nezinto enisuke niziphakamisile.
I know some of you might not have TV. Those that have TVs, look at that channel because your answers you'll find them there in some instances.
Ngiyazi ukuthi abanye benu abanawo ama-TV noma abonakude kodwa ke laba abanawo bengicela ukuthi le channel niyibheke ngoba yilana nizothola khona iy'mpendulo nakwezinye zezinto enikhuluma ngazo noma ezinithintayo.
And if you have raised issues who are not coming back again as parliament, you can petition parliament.
Kanti ke futhi njengoba niphakamise ke imbono yenu mase nibona ukuthi ngathi mhlambe le mbono asiyilandeleli njengeParliament ningakwazi ukuthi ninxuse iParliament ukuthi lingenelele.
I-petition ukuthi ubhalela parliament through the speaker what I've raised these issues and they are not get addressed. I want parliament to intervene.
Ninxusa kanjani kwiParliament ngokuthi nibhale lokho abathi uhlu lwabakhalazayo iPetition nithumele kusomlomo weParliament nisho ukuthi hayibo sasibiza iParliament ukuthi lifike la alikaze lifike bese ke usomlomo kuyena ulisingathayo udaba.
Parliament will then bring that petition to the committee and give us a timeline.
iParliament ke lizobe selibiza iCommittee lilinikeze kumnqamula juqu wesikhathi ukuthi sifuna ukuthi ngalesikhathi nibe senilungisile lolu daba.
So our constitution is a very good constitution
Ngakho ke umthethosisekelo wethu umthethosisekelo kahle impela.
which has got a check and balances for
Okwazi-
all the stakeholders.
Okwazi ukuthi ulawule inhlaka zonke ngendlela efanayo noma elinganayo.
So with that note, we want to thank you for having coming to these public hearings.
Ngalawo magama ke bengicela ukuthi nginibonge nonke ngokuthi nifike kulomhlangano wethu umphakathi.
And request somebody amongst yourself to volunteer to come and pray for us.
Bese sicela nje ozosukuma asivalele ngomthandazo.
There is still the key that I've announced earlier. Somebody, the owner has not come to pick it up.
Kusano khiye ke osa lokuhleli lapha umnikazi wawo bengakaza zasondele ukuzosho ukuthi hayi ulahlekelwe.
Look at your pairs because you are going to sleep outside the house.
Ngizocela-
Siya Cape Town tina.
Ngizocela nibhekisise endlini zenu ngoba uzoyithola ulala phandle kanti nathi siyahamba nawo siye Cape Town.
So please come and fetch your key.
Sicela ke nizolanda ke isihluthulelo noma ukhiye wakho.
Can we have a volunteer to come and pray for us as we close this meeting? And as after closing, please don't go out. There is a food that has been arranged for yourselves.
Kanti futhi ke uma ngabe sesiqedile ke ngomthandazo socela ukuthi ningahambi kukhona nokuya ngasethunjini ke okuhleliwe enizokuthola.
There are people who will come and tell you how you should get your food.
Kukhona abazofika bezonitshela ukuthi nizothola kanjani ke lokho kudla.
Thank you very much for giving you your views.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngembono yenu.
Ngizocela zivala amehlo khona sesihamba semakhaya. Emagameni amathathu la isendodana moyicebileyo. Siyabonga baba, sibonge abantwana bakho bobathumelele la kuthina ukuthi abazoyothatha izikhalazo zethu. Siyacela ke Nkosi yami ubahlenga ubalonde baze bafinyelele emakhaya bebephephile. Bafike bahlale nakhona ema-meeting nabo. Badikidele zonke lezi inkinga zethu esinazo. Uphinde ubaphe baba umdla, ubaphe amandla nothando kwalomsebenzi abazowenza. Ubaphe uthando la ukuthi konke sicelayo nesikufisayo sabantwana sidinga izidingo eziningi kakhulu. Abanye bethu abasebenzi, abanye bayaswela, abanye balale bengadlile. Siyacela ke Nkosi yami lokho obaphe khona ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basize basikhathalele siwumphakathi baqhubeke nakho. Siyacela nathi mase semakhaya isiphephise sifinyelele nasezakhiweni zethu isiphephile ngegama leNkosi yami Jesu Kristu uzephathe amen.
Thank you very much.